Sama aku juga.
Ada.
Kitanya kayak gitu. Mana ini? Hitam banget ya? Harusnya kelihatan ya kalau gitu. Eh, mantap banget. Ntar ya Rani, aku akan membedah kita akan.
Sudah.
Ya ini.
Ini, kita ada ini lagi. Oh, ngomong. Good morning. Selamat pagi. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua.
Ya, sekarang. Ya, 85.
Ih, tebet. Nggak kuat. Masa sih?
21 ya. Minimal skor yang akan didapatkan yaitu 21.
Balik nggak boleh.
Saya sini kan mana ya?
Pendidikan bukan proses tanpa arti, tapi jalan panjang penuh dedikasi. Langkah demi langkah, asa demi asa, meneguhkan hati perlahan mencapai cahaya, menerangi harapan demi Indonesia. Begitu banyak tragedi di penjuru negeri ini hanya karena salah dalam memahami. Dan komunikasi adalah kunci demi cahaya harmoni. Magister Ilmu Komunikasi Brawijaya menciptakan generasi emas, generasi profesional menghadapi era global tanpa melupakan nilai lokal.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu.
Good morning. Greetings to each and every one of you. May peace be upon us all.
Kepada yang terhormat Rektor Universitas Brawijaya, Bapak Prof. Widodo SSI, MSI, PhD, Med SC. Yang kami hormati, Dekan Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Brawijaya, Bapak Prof. Anang Sujoko, SSOS, MSI, Dekom. Yang kami hormati, Ketua Program Studi Magister Ilmu Komunikasi Universitas Brawijaya, Ibu Maulina Piawulandari, SSOS, MKom, PhD. Yang kami hormati, Ketua Jurusan Ilmu Komunikasi Universitas Brawijaya, Bapak Prof. Rahmat Kriantono, SSOS, MSI, PhD. Yang kami hormati, Bapak Ibu Keynote Speaker dan Plenary Speaker. Yang kami hormati, Bapak Ibu dosen dan tenaga pendidikan di Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Brawijaya.
We extend our respectful greetings to all chancellors, members, educational staff of Brawijaya University, especially in the Communication Science Department, Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, our distinguished speakers, as well as the esteemed ladies and gentlemen, participants of the Brawijaya Communication International Conference 2024.
Puji syukur kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Esa atas segala rahmat-Nya pada hari ini, Senin 28 Oktober 2024, akan kita ikuti bersama pembukaan Brawijaya Communication International Conference 2024. Perkenalkan, saya Sasa Maulidina dan rekan saya Aleida Maharani yang akan memandu jalannya acara ini.
Let us offer our gratitude to God Almighty for all His blessings, which enable us to gather today, Monday, October 28, 2024, for the opening of the Brawijaya Communication International Conference 2024. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Aleida Maharani Ameder, along with my colleague Sasa Maulidina, and we will be guiding you through today's event.
Bapak Ibu hadirin, tahun ini merupakan tahun keempat pelaksanaan Brawijaya Communication International Conference oleh Program Studi Magister Ilmu Komunikasi, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Brawijaya. Kegiatan ini dilaksanakan secara virtual pada tanggal 28 sampai 30 Oktober 2024 dan mengangkat tema Navigating Social Changes, Communication, Information, and AI Digital Convergence. Rangkaian kegiatan ini mulai dari seminar internasional dan call for paper untuk seluruh akademisi, peneliti, dosen maupun mahasiswa dari berbagai universitas dari dalam maupun luar negeri. Tak hanya itu, Brawijaya Communication International Conference juga telah bekerja sama dengan berbagai jurnal terpercaya untuk mempublikasikan karya-karya hasil penelitian dari seluruh peserta.
Ladies and gentlemen, this year marks the 4th annual Brawijaya Communication International Conference, organized by the Master of Communication Studies program at the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Brawijaya University. This event is held virtually from October 28th to 30th, 2024, with the theme Navigating Social Changes, Communication, Information, and AI Digital Convergence. This program includes an international seminar and a call for papers, inviting academics, researchers, faculty members, and students from universities, both nationally and internationally. Additionally, the Brawijaya Communication International Conference has partnered with several reputable journals to publish research contributions from all participants.
Menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya. Hadirin dimohon berdiri.
Our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. You may please stand up.
Hadirin disilakan duduk kembali.
You may now be seated.
Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, selanjutnya kita ikuti laporan Ketua Panitia Brawijaya Communication International Conference 2024.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with the report from the chairperson of the 2024 Brawijaya Communication International Conference. To the Honorable Mrs. Maulina Pia Wulandari, SOS MCOM PhD, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to 4th Brawijaya Communication International Conference 2024. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the 4th Brawijaya Communication International Conference BCIC 2024, organized by the Master Program in Communication Science at the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Brawijaya. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference serves a vital platform for masters and doctoral students, academics, novice researchers, and young academics in the field of communication to present their papers and disseminate their research findings. We are very excited to provide opportunities for publication, both in our conference proceedings and reputable journals. At 4th BCIC 2024, we aim to feature a variety of engaging sessions, including keynote speaker sessions, plenary speaker sessions, and parallel sessions. Our theme this year, Navigating Social Changes, Communication, Information, and AI Digital Convergence, reflect our commitment to addressing the current trends and challenges in our field. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to announce that 49 papers will be presented throughout this conference. Participants are from Pakistan, Malaysia, and Indonesia, who are scholars and postgraduate students from various universities, including our host university partner, University of Pajajaran Bandung and University of Riau Pekanbaru. The conference is showcasing high-quality research that contributes to the ongoing dialogue in communication studies. This gathering not only fosters academic exchange, but also strengthens our understanding of the pressing issues facing our society today. Ladies and gentlemen, on this special occasion, I would like to express a special gratitude to Rector Universitas Brawijaya, Dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Brawijaya, for supporting this conference. I also would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed keynote speakers, distinguished Professor Jim McNamara from the University of Technology, Sydney, Australia, who has long been a leading voice in understanding the complexities of media and communication in our society. Associate Professor Suciwicin Chaidarun from the University of Melbourne, Australia, who expertise in digital communication, will guide us through the intricacies of our theme. Dr. Muhammad Nur Salehuddin Sarifuddin from University Putra Malaysia, whose research has significantly contributed to the field of communication studies. Dr. Sohail Riaz from Komsat University Islamabad, Pakistan, whose insight into contemporary communication practices will undoubtedly inspire us all. Associate Professor Desi Dwi Priyanti from Universitas Brawijaya, who continues to shape the discourse within our academic community. I would like to acknowledge our plenary speakers from the Universitas Brawijaya. My colleagues such as Dr. Anthony, Dr. Fitri Haryani Oktaviani, Dr. Ferdi Firmantoro, Dr. Reza Safitri, and Dr. Yuyun Riani, whose diverse perspective and research will enrich our discussion and deepen our understanding of the challenges we face today. To all participants, thank you very much from the deep of my heart for joining this conference. Your contributions are invaluable and we are eager to learn from your expertise and experience. We are also grateful for the support of our honorable publication partner from Jurnal Komunio Udayana, Jurnal Wacana, University of Professor Dr. Mustafa Jakarta, Jurnal Komunikasi Global, University Syah Kuala, Jurnal Bricolage, University of Bina Mulia, Jurnal Pro TV, University of Pajajaran, Jurnal Kajian Komunikasi, University of Pajajaran, Jurnal Profesi Humas, University of Pajajaran, Jurnal Ekspresi and Persepsi UPN Veteran Jakarta, and Jurnal Futurologi Universitas Brawijaya. Special thanks to our University host partner, University of Pajajaran Bandung and University of Riau Pekanbaru for supporting us. Last but not least, I would like to give a huge appreciation to all committee members who have been working very, very hard to make this event successful. Without your support, this conference won't be possible. Finally, I encourage all participants to engage actively, share insights, and connect with one another. Together, let us explore the profound implication of communication in a rapidly evolving digital landscape. Thank you for being here, and I wish you all an inspiring and productive conference. I hope you all find the conference an enjoyable and rewarding experience, and also I hope you are looking forward to the discussion as much as I am. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kepada yang terhormat Ibu Maulina Piawulan dari Esos Mkom PhD atas laporan sekaligus sambutan hangatnya.
Thank you to Ibu Maulina Piawulan dari Esos Mkom PhD for the report and warm greetings.
Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, selanjutnya kita ikuti sambutan Dekan Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Brawijaya.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now hear the opening remarks from the Dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Brawijaya University. To the Honorable Prof. Anang Sujoko Esos MSI Dekom, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guests, esteemed keynote speakers, respected colleagues, and also honored participants. Today, we welcome you to the fourth of International Conference, Brawijaya Communication International Conference BCIC 2024. With great pleasure and a deep sense of commitment to academic advancement. This prestigious event, hosted by the Master of Communication, Social and Political Science Faculty of Brawijaya University, as an annual gathering that underscore our dedication to fostering academic discourse and international collaboration within communication studies. The theme for BCIC 2024, Navigating Social Changes, Communication, Information, and AI Digital Convergence, is a timely and critical framework for exploring the complexities and opportunities of the convergence of communication, information technology, and artificial intelligence. As a digital transformation increasingly shape societal dynamic, this term invites us to engage thoughtfully with how these forces drive change and reshape our understanding of communication across cultural, social, and technological dimensions. We are honored to welcome a distinguished panel of keynote speakers, each of thought leaders in their respective areas, who will share their insight into the multifaceted impact of this converging fields. Their expertise will provide invaluable perspective on how we as a scholar and also as practitioners can address and navigate the implication of digital and AI advancement in the context of social change. Additionally, a BCIC 2024 promises a wealth of academic insights and research discoveries through poster exhibitions and rigorous paper presentation organized into parallel sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference also reflects our unwavering commitment to nurturing the academic development of our master and doctoral students and supporting aspiring researchers and academics who are passionate about sharing their work. By providing a platform of high-quality paper presentation and facilitating publication opportunities in respected proceeding and peer-reviewed journals, BCIC is dedicated to enhancing the feasibility and impact of emerging research in the global academic community. Ladies and gentlemen, we extend our warmest welcome and sincere gratitude to all our participants for your contribution to this year's conference. Your commitment to advancing research and fostering thoughtful dialogue is what makes BCIC a meaningful and impactful event. We are confident that the presentations, discussion, and exchange that take place here will not only deepen our collective understanding of the challenges and opportunities presented by digital convergence, but also strengthening the collaborative spirit of our international academic community. Thank you for joining us at BCIC 2024. We wish you an enriching and inspiring experience, and we look forward to the valuable insight and connection that will undoubtedly emerge from this gathering of scholars and practitioners from around the world. Thank you and enjoy this conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kepada yang terhormat Bapak Prof. Anang Sujoko, Esos MSI Dekom, atas sambutan hangatnya.
Thank you to Prof. Anang Sujoko, Esos MSI Dekom for the warm greetings.
Bapak Ibu yang berbahagia, saatnya kita ikuti sambutan sekaligus pembukaan Brawijaya Communication International Conference 2024 oleh Rektor Universitas Brawijaya.
Honored guests, it is time for us to hear the address and official opening of the 2024 Brawijaya Communication International Conference by the Rector of Brawijaya University. To the Honorable Prof. Widodo SSE MSE PhD Med SJ, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, the Honorable Keynote Speaker, distinguished guests, and all of the participants. As a Rector of Universitas Brawijaya, I am deeply grateful for your presence at the 4th Brawijaya Communication International Conference 2024. I extend my special thanks to our esteemed keynote speakers, and especially to the Dean, Professor Anang Sujoko, and the team, Professor Rahmat Kriantono and Dr. Maulina Piawulandari, whose leadership has been invaluable for this event success. With this year theme, Navigating Social Change, Communication, Information, and AI Digital Convergence, we gather at a critical juncture where artificial intelligence is reshaping communication like never before. According to the recent report, AI-driven communication technology will contribute to projected around $4 trillion in the global economic growth by 2025, driving transformation across industry from media and marketing, education, and also healthcare. AI is really in the cornerstone of the communications, enhancing data analysis, personalizing content, and improving audience engagement on the unprecedented scale. Yet, as this field advances, it demands new skill and adaptability from the future professionals. Experts suggest that around 40% of communication role may require AI-related skill within the next decade. From mastering data analytics and automatization tool to understanding ethical consideration in AI-driven contents. At this conference, related with our mission, is to prepare the next generation of communication scientists to lead in this evolving landscape. This conference provides a unique platform for master and doctoral students, young lecturers, early career researchers, and aspiring academics to present their work, publish their proceedings, and renowned journals. And this is also a medium for connected collaboration, all of the experts. As we officially open this conference, I encourage each of you to take full advantage to this opportunity by participating active, discussing, and seek diverse perspective, and consider how this insight can help shape a resilience adaptive career, especially in the communication science. Thank you for contribution of all of your participants. And now, we mention the name of God, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I officially declare the 4th Brawijaya Communication International Conference 2024 open. Maybe an inspiring and transformative experience for us all. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kepada yang terhormat Bapak Prof. Widodo SSI, MSI PhD Med SC atas sambutan hangatnya di pembukaan Brawijaya Communication International Conference 2024.
Thank you to Prof. Widodo SSI, MSI PhD Med SC for the warm opening remarks for today's event.
Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, agar acara ini dapat berjalan dengan lancar, marilah kita berdoa bersama yang akan dipimpin oleh Bapak Bimo Santoso, SST.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to ensure the smooth running of today's event, let us join in prayer led by Bapak Bimo Santoso, SST. To Bapak Bimo Santoso, SST, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Before we begin our conference, let us take a moment to come together in a spirit of unity and reflection. In this gathering, we are united by a common goal to advance knowledge, promote understanding, and make meaningful contribution to the world through communication. As we prepare to embark on this journey of learning and collaboration, let us open our hearts and minds to one another and seek guidance for successful and impactful event. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our heads in prayer. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Almighty God, we come before you today with heart full of gratitude for the opportunity to gather together for the 4th Brawijaya Communication International Conference 2024. We thank you for bringing each one of us safely here from various parts of the world to share knowledge, ideas, and insight. As we embark on this important event, we ask for your guidance and wisdom. Grant us the ability to listen with open heart, to speak with clarity and respect, and to collaborate with a spirit of unity and understanding. May this conference be a space for learning, growth, and cooperation so that together we can contribute to the betterment for our global community. Almighty God, we pray for peace, harmony, and mutual respect among all nations. And we ask that you bless this gathering with your grace and light. May the discussion and decision made here be fruitful and lead to positive change for humanity. We also ask for your protection and strength throughout the course of this event. Bless each participant, speaker, and organizer, and may this conference be a success in every way. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Bapak Ibu hadirin yang berbahagia, telah kita ikuti bersama acara pembukaan Brawijaya International Conference 2024. Setelah ini, Bapak Ibu akan memasuki sesi materi bersama keynote speaker yang akan dimoderatori oleh Ibu Yuyun Agustriani, SPD, MSc, PhD.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the presentation session with our keynote speaker, which will be moderated by Mrs. Yuyun Agustriani, SPD, MSc, PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather for this insightful session, I'd like to share a bit about the academic journey of our distinguished moderator, Mrs. Yuyun Agustriani, SPD, MSc, PhD. Mrs. Yuyun Agustriani, SPD, MSc, PhD, began her academic path with a bachelor's degree in PLS, the University of Malang, and she continued her studies with a master's degree at Wageningen University in Netherlands, majoring in international development studies with a specialization in communication technology and policy. Her dedication to advancing knowledge in her field led her to pursue her doctoral degrees at National Sun Yat-sen University in Taiwan, where she delved deeper into the International Doctoral Program of Education and Human Development. Throughout her educational journey, Mrs. Yuyun Agustiani, SPD, MSc, PhD, has consistently demonstrated a commitment to excellence, which reflected in her distinguished academic and professional accomplishment. To Mrs. Yuyun, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity this morning. And first of all, I would like to welcome to everybody here. Good morning. And also I would like to greet our esteemed guests and distinguished scholar and also the fellow researcher in this forum. Welcome to the 4th Brawijaya Communication International Conference, or BCIC 2024. This year's theme is Navigating Social Change, Communication, Information, and AI Digital Convergence. This is crucial in understanding the evolving landscape of communication. And during the seminar, we will have like two keynote speaker, panel discussion, and paper presentation, which is aimed to explore a wide range of topics, including digital transformation in mass communication, social media and social change, also digital marketing communication, and more. So, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody who is ready to be here, let's engage this insightful discussion and foster collaboration that will shape the future of communication. So, for this first plenary, we are going to have Mr. Sweet Sin Kaidaron. I'm so sorry if I pronounce this not correctly. A little bit about Mr. Sin. He has a PhD, graduate from the University of Memphis, USA in 2024. And then he has also a background for have a Fulbright scholar from the University of Washington. And he has an academic work experience as associate professor in Media and Communication School of Culture and Communication. So I don't want to waste more time here. I would like to welcome Mr. Sin to deliver the insight and also the new ideas about the media and communication. So, Professor Sin, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Yuyun. If I may, I don't know if I pronounce your name correctly too. I apologize for that. I know it's quite difficult to pronounce names from a different culture here. My name is Suwiti Tedarun. As you can tell from the name, I'm Thai, but I'm currently associate professor in the School of Culture and Communication at the University of Melbourne. Give me just a second to pull up my slides so that you can see what I have to share this morning. Yeah. All right. Could you click the reaction? If you are on Zoom, you should have the reaction button. Could you click thumbs up for me if you can see my slide on your screen, please? Because I think that's probably the only way I can communicate with you at this point. Yes, I see 7 thumbs up. That probably means you already see my slides on the screen. Another thing that I want to check first before I move forward, I don't know if I'm allowed or if this Zoom system is set up in such a way that I can read messages in the chat box. can I ask the host or the co-host of the Zoom session, if there's no function to allow participants to type something in the chat box, that's okay. I'm okay with that, but I just want to check first. Yes, all right, thank you so much. Now, that being said, allow me to introduce myself to you a little bit more. My name is Suwichi Chaidarun, or everyone call me Sean, from the University of Melbourne. I am Associate Professor of Communication and Media, and I just joined the University of Melbourne this semester, so I'm not starting teaching anything at the university yet, but my area is pretty much strategic communication, teaching things like marketing communications and public relations in the past. I want to ask everyone, if you will, could you tell me just the name that you want to be called, and type in the chat box for me and tell me whether you are student or professor or educator. What do you study in particular? So don't be shy. Please type in your name that you want to be called, your role. Are you students of Brawijaya, or are you professor at Brawijaya University? And then we'll get to know each other a little bit more. Okay, while waiting for your response to come in the chat box, I want to just briefly let you know that I'm usually very excited and feel honored to give a talk or chat with colleagues and students from Indonesia. I went to University of Brawijaya once. I think it's earlier this year. And I was very impressed by the quality of the students, the questions students ask during my lecture. But before that, I have a kind of collaboration or long-term partnership with Brawijaya University in the past too, because I used to work in Singapore before moving to Melbourne. I gave a lecture, I think 4 or 5 times in your tourism communication course. But back then it was during COVID time, so everything was online. Too bad I didn't have a chance to visit the beautiful campus that you have and enjoy bakso in Indonesia. So I see 2 people who already type in who you are and what you are doing. So thank you so much, Chitra. Thank you so much, Fariza. You both are lecturers of communication at the university. Wonderful. So I'm glad to see that. So students, please don't be shy. Just tell me your name and type in, just say you are student of communication, student of public relations, or student of broadcasting, journalism, and all that. Type in, and then I will have a chance to kind of like chat with you later. And Alifa, thank you so much for your response in the chat box. Thank you. So you are master student. Wonderful. Now, today, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna share with you what I know about media literacy, digital literacy, and AI literacy, and what we can do to educate future strategic communication practitioners to be AI literate here. Okay, because I think that's the buzzwords that we are facing and the kind of trend that we cannot avoid at all these days. So number one, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna talk and share with you a little bit about the 3 concepts: media literacy, digital literacy, and AI literacy. How these 3 concepts evolve or emerge, why media literacy builds and develop a foundation for digital literacy, and why digital literacy build or develop a foundation or basics for people to be more literate on AI and why AI literacy is important today. What can we do as communication practitioners, scholars, researchers, or teachers? What can we do to educate future practitioners to learn to use AI ethically and effectively at the same time? So that being said, I want to start my presentation by talking about two big theories first. And trust me, I'm gonna go through the theories for just a little bit at the beginning here, but the rest will be more of the examples. So bear with me for the first couple of slides. That will be theory heavy here. And thank you so much for people who already type in Muhammad, Novelisa, and Rizal. Wonderful to see all the students and professors coming together to study technology and how it affects communication fields. All right. And thank you, Prayono, for typing your chat as well. Now, I want to refer back to one of the key theory called structuration theory, developed by a British sociologist or anthropologist whose name is Anthony Giddens. The basic question that Anthony Giddens asks is it individuals or social forces that shape our social reality? What we see as real is developed by us or is developed by the society? Okay, sound like very philosophical. Okay, the basic idea is this. A lot of people in the older generation, like me, I'm an old uncle, right? Usually think a nurse is supposed to be a woman. Because perhaps in the past, in the old days, a woman is perhaps more gentle, and then when they take care of patients, at least the patients feel more comfortable, right? So a nurse is supposed to be a woman. But is it us human beings who shape that idea that a nurse is supposed to be a woman? Or is it the society norms that tell people that, oh gosh, since you are a woman, one of the good careers that you can pursue is a nurse? And that is the big question that Anthony Giddens asked, right? So in his theory that he develops, he argues that just as an individual's autonomy influences the structure, structures are maintained and adapted to the exercise of agency. What it means here is that, going back to my example of whether a nurse is supposed to be a woman or not, right? It's the dynamic connection between human beings and the structure of the society that we live in that inform each other. Yes, we human beings create that assumption that a nurse is supposed to be a woman, but at the same time, it's the society norms that tell people that, hey, since you're a woman, one of the good choices of career for you is probably to be a nurse. So the two things inform each other, interact with each other until it becomes the assumption in our lives that we believe that that's the truth that we should adopt. And if we want to shake that, if you want to change that, it's very hard because we have to change the assumption of people in the world. That's the first concept that I want to highlight first before we move forward. Even that, after there is the link between human and structure in the society, there is also this concept of unintended consequences. What is unintended consequence? It is an outcome that are not expected, right? And that concept is well developed by the American sociologist, Professor Robert Merton, who consider that whatever we do, human beings, that we want to change, we want to create new structure in the society, it usually creates the unforeseen outcomes. And that's why it's called unintended consequences, right? The unintended consequences could be the unexpected benefits. Sometimes we do certain things and we don't know that, oh, it will lead to the positive outcomes that we never thought of before. It could lead to the unexpected drawbacks. Instead of like the positive outcome that we hope to achieve, it may lead to the negative outcomes. Or it may create the perverse results, which means it introduces a new problems that we have to resolve. I want to pause here for a second before we move forward. And I want to share with you the idea that when I was, an example that when I was, 30 years ago, when I finished my undergraduate degree from Thailand, I did my study from high school, from junior, from university time back in Thailand. Then I got a scholarship, a Fulbright scholarship, to move over to America and study in America in 1999. That's when I went to do my master degree back then. Students like you, if you are students at Brawijaya University at the moment, you may not be able to visualize or think along with me right now. But at that time, when I was moving from Thailand to America for the first time, back home in Thailand, I never used even a typewriter. We don't have personal computer. We don't have tablets back then, 30 years ago, right? So when I work on any assignments or papers for professors, I have to write by hand. That's 30 years ago. So when I moved to America, for the first time, I had to work on the assignment, take exams on the computer. The university provided computers for me, but I cannot type. And I cannot think if I type. I had to write by hand first. And then I convert what I wrote on the paper to type on the computer. And then I submitted my work to the professor. Now, can you imagine and can you guess how old I am now? Because I grew up, I went to the university during those days when there's no typewriter back in Thailand. And then when I went to America, it shocked me because I had to work on the assignment using the computers. The problem that I encounter illustrate or showed me that our lives is affected by technology. And we use technology a lot until we believe that whatever we face these days with the technologies is the norm in life already. But actually it's not. Because if you go back in time, who would have thought that a cell phone, a mobile phone that you have, oh, it's dark here, right? Can be used to scan QR code, can be used to take photos. And these days can be used to shoot a video and even edit a video on just one single smartphone, right? So technology has shaped the way we do, but at the same time, with that, it creates the unintended consequences that we have to deal with as well. I don't know what happens in other parts of the world, but from Thailand, where I came from, we used a lot of mobile phone to scan QR code, to pay for food, to pay for grocery stores and everything. But with that, there are a lot of scammers, a lot of people who use it in the wrong way to take money from innocent people because you can withdraw money from just one single cell phone, right? That's the unintended consequences that happens with the technology these days. And that's the main idea of what I would like to share with you in the next 20-30 minutes here. Let me go back to my slide so that we can carry on our conversation about technology and communication, how it creates the unintended consequences here. 50, 60 years ago, again, dating back during the time that I became undergraduate students studying communication, mass communication back home in Thailand. I think I first entered the university for my bachelor degree in 1990. Some of you may be laughing now, like, oh boy, I'm listening to an old man here. Yeah, I'm old, right? Those days, when I studied communication, we call the school mass communication. Because mass media 50, 60 years ago were developed based on the new technology like broadcasting technology, television, radio, or perhaps print, right? We have newspaper, you can print and publish like 1,000 and 1,000 newspapers every day and distribute to the readers at home. Okay, I don't know whether Indonesia was in the same situation, but perhaps I think we can share that same experience that mass media technologies were developed 50, 60 years ago based on the good intention because innovators those days developed technology of mass media since they think that they want to reach out to the wider audience, to the bigger group of audience, to the viewers who can watch television anywhere. You are in Malang, you can watch television programs from Jakarta, from maybe even from overseas, right? Because at some point you can watch CNN, BBC, and everything. Okay, mass media technologies were developed for that reason because you can reach out to the mass, to the large group of people. Now, my first question to all of you here, if you can type in the chat box for me, what are the unintended consequences of mass media technologies like television, radio, or newspapers? It has a good intention, right? When it was first developed, when they were first developed, the people who developed those technologies want to reach out to the mass audience. Could you type in the chat box for me? What are the negative unintended consequences with the mass media technologies that we have? I don't know if there will be any brave person who type into the chat box first. Everything has two sides, right? Something with good intention to reach out to the mass would definitely have some destructive or some negative consequences that people who develop it never see. I'll give you a hint first, because this one, you think you can persuade the mass, right? Reach out to the mass. What happens if you try to persuade the mass too much through mass media? Anyone would like to type in the chat box? Don't be shy. I'll give you this first one first, and then let's see if you can come up with any more, right? Losing human side, Chitra said, right? When using too much technologies, especially AI. Okay, we'll keep AI for the next part, but yeah, you are right. Losing human touch too, right? With the mass media, because you communicate to the bigger group of people, to the mass, right? You lose human side. Mass media is not as interactive. If I air my program on television, it's so hard for me to gather feedback from the viewers, right? Benedicta said it causes fear of mongering about any news that spread. You are exactly right on the spot here. Very good. Then there are some other comment that came in. Aisha said, mass media has been used negatively by being used as manipulation. Exactly, right? That's the weapon of manipulation, persuasion. That's why people don't believe in news that much. When they listen to any news, they have to go cross-check. Or if they see any advertisement on television, they have to check the product quality first. And finally, Netanyahu said negative impact is that many people end up addicted to social media. Okay, let's keep that idea of social media for a second, because that's another question that I will be asking too. Like, now we are talking about just the mass media first, right? Okay, you are exactly right. I think there are at least two big drawbacks of mass media. Number one is a mass persuasion, and it could lead to manipulation. That's why in those days, people who study political communication study to critique political campaigns on mass media. Or people who study advertising have to conform to the ethical principles about advertisement, because when you advertise any products, you send the message out to mass, right? That is the emergence of mass media 50, 60 years ago. And that emerged the concept of media literacy. For us as educators, as students of communication, we have to have media literacy, which is the ability to access, analyze, and evaluate and create media in various forms in a very ethical and effective way too. It empowers individuals to critically engage with media content and understand its impact. You, let's say, as media or communication students, when you graduate, you will be content creator. You would be media producer, right? You will have to create content that has a lot of impacts on people. And with the mass communication technologies like 50, 60 years ago, you will have to take full responsibility of all the message that you send out to people. At the same time, as the audience, we have to be literate enough so that when we listen to any news stories or see any advertisements, we can analyze the biases, the credibility of all the news or the advertisements that we received. When I was young, again, an old man kid, thinking of my own past, right? One of the exercises that my professor did in class with me was that we read one news article together in the classroom, and the professor asked me to underline and highlight which part is fact, which part is opinion of the writer. To date, I don't think I missed that exercise. I think that exercise is very good, actually, right? Going back to our media literacy, do we have that skill and knowledge to separate facts from opinions so that we can understand the message that we are receiving that much? So that being said, media literacy is very important, and it was developed some 50, 60 years ago with the emergence of mass communication technologies, because it helps us to discern between reliable and unreliable sources or message. It fosters critical thinking and informed decision-making regarding media consumption. For example, we have to be able to recognize propaganda in political advertisements and understand the persuasive techniques. Like in America right now, it's the election season. If you follow the international news, right? There are a lot of, oh boy, advertisements campaign for the candidates. Are people literate enough to really separate facts from biases, from opinions? And that's the basic idea of what media literacy is. Now, media literacy is the concept developed as a result of the development of mass communication technologies, television, newspaper, radio, right? But some 20 years ago, there is a new form of media emerging. It's called social or digital media. And social and digital media is the new technology that are developed in relations to or responding to the mass media. Why? Because as discussed earlier, and some of your comments mentioned in the chat box here, mass media is good in reaching out to the mass, but it's not interactive. It doesn't allow people to respond. If you watch television, you just sit and watch in your own living room, at home, in the apartment. But for social media, not only will you can receive information, you can also connect with other people. You can respond. It's super interactive. That's number one. Social media is very interactive. It creates connection. It allows people to interact. Number two, it's very digital. And what's good with digital? You can create text. You can create images. You can create videos. At the same time, you receive all those multimodal channels of messages very easily on your phone, on your tablet, right? That is the digital and social media. Now, my second question to you this morning, if you could type in the chat box, what are the unintended consequences of digital and social media? Some of you mentioned earlier in the chat that you shared with me already, right? Chitra, for example, said that it helps, it makes us lose human sight, right? Post-truth phenomenon, Citra mentioned that again. That's very good, right? Because similar to I mean, along the same thinking of post-truth is misinformation, like what Nia said, right? Everyone can share information until we don't know what is truth, what is facts, what is not true anymore, right? Anyone can share information. Yes, that's true. That's the unintended consequence. What are any other unintended consequences of social media or digital media? Yes, abundance of information, right? Too much information overload. People are super overwhelmed with a lot of messages that we received each day. Quite a few months back, I attended a workshop by TikTok. And there was a question asked by the presenter of the workshop at TikTok. Do you know how many TikTok video clips that people usually watch per day? Can you guess how many TikTok video clips that you usually watch per day? 30, Benedicta said. It's a lot more than that. You won't believe it. Too many to call already, right? Karen said more than 100. Yeah, I think Neni said 100 too. You're right. I think the maximum scary to me, the maximum some people watch TikTok clip, according to the statistics by TikTok, is 700 clips per day. I can't believe that. 700 clips per day. But it could be true, you know, because sometimes you don't watch the entire clip, right? You kind of like scroll down, just watch it for 2 seconds. And then if you are not interested, you move on to the next clip already. And that leads to some of the answers that you mentioned here, like Prayono or Aisha said, it leads to addiction. Yes, you're right? Social media is supposed to be something that people consume moderately, but it turned out to be more of like the media that people are so addicted, it affects our mental health. Okay, it makes us lose human touch. And that being said, for mass media, radio, television, we developed the concept of media literacy to help us protect ourselves from mass media. Same thing for digital and social media. Scholars, professors, teachers of communication also have developed the concept called digital literacy. What is digital literacy? Digital literacy is the skills or set of skills that are required to effectively use digital technologies and the internet. It encompasses the ability to find, evaluate, and communicate information online. Okay, now I don't know if you have been warned by your professors if you are students, right? Like, okay, don't just rely on Google search. And that's true because sometimes information that you receive on the Google when you type in, right? It could be true. These days, I mean, yeah, the tool is developed a lot already. So yeah, it's quite true already, right? But sometimes it's not true. You have to have the skill to evaluate it, right? So the skill set in digital literacy is that you have to use search engine efficiently to locate credible academic sources, for example. That's why when I teach research methods, I still ask students to go back to use library database rather than relying on just Google search, right? You have to be literate about the digital information that you receive here. This concept is quite important because digital literacy is essential for navigating the modern information landscape. These days, on our daily lives, whatever we don't know, we ask Google. Do you believe that Google tells you the truth in everything you ask? Right? That is the main idea of this digital literacy. It enables you to participate fully in the society, education, and workforce. An example of developing digital literacy is to understand online privacy settings to protect your personal information on social media platforms. I know that you have signed up for TikTok, for Instagram, and all that for quite a few years, perhaps, or months, right? Are you literate enough when you tick on the box that you sign up for your account and you know immediately that my information is protected and it's not going to be taken by all those digital platforms, for instance? There is a kind of a story that is quite scary to me. I don't know if that ever happens in Indonesia. Sometimes, you know, the day that I wanted some product, something, and I talk to people, I talk to my friends, my family members, my relatives, and all that. Then all of a sudden, the following hour, when I scroll up on my Facebook, it appears that Facebook gave me all the advertisements of those products that I just talked to my relative an hour ago. How can they know about what I want? And isn't that scary? Right? That is the kind of like literacy that you should know that, yeah, these days, whatever you type on the search engine and all that, it will be sent to some algorithm. And the social media platform that you subscribe will know immediately that this is what you are still looking for, what you want to buy. So they want to bombard you with a lot of advertisements of all those products, right? So are we literate enough to really cope with all those things? Okay, now that is the digital literacy. I want to separate digital and social media literacy here because even though they come together, social media literacy is slightly different from digital literacy. Social media literacy is the ability to effectively navigate, evaluate, and create content on social media platforms. It involves the understanding of the dynamics of online communication, including audience engagement, and content sharing. For example, recognizing the difference between authentic user-generated content and sponsored post. I'm quite confident that in Indonesia, there are a lot of content creators, social media influencers, right? Some of you in this room who are listening to my talk right now, some of you may have thousands and thousands of followers on your TikTok account or an Instagram account. How do you know that people who show that, I'm using this product and that product and take a photo of themselves on Instagram is sponsored or not sponsored? Are you literate enough to really make a decision to differentiate between sponsored and non-sponsored posts on social media, for instance, right? Have you ever asked yourself, why is social media literacy so important for you as future communicators? We're talking about people who see information on social media, right? They need to be literate enough. Perhaps you have to think about this because you will be using a lot of social media and you have to be responsible social media users, right? You have to think about the ethical considerations, the privacy, the misinformation that you may share intentionally or unintentionally. You have to be literate enough about that. And the biggest thing for younger generation these days is digital footprints. What does that mean? It means that whatever you post today will be kept forever. You might think that whatever I post today, I can delete it. But wait for a second. You post it this second. Other people see it, right? They might capture the screenshot already, right? So that if you complain about something on your social media, that will be stick with you for a lifetime. Yeah. So that is the idea of social media literacy. I don't know how much time I have left, but let's move on to the last part. But this part will take a little bit of discussion, but it depends on how much time I have. And then let's see whether or not we have some discussion time that we may have together at the end. I just share with you the two eras or two ages, two timing in the history when technologies emerge in our communication field. Number one is mass media, radio, television, printing, right? Number two, social and digital media. And that just happened like some 15, 20 years ago when people can have their own Facebook account and be media content creator at the same time. But these 2 or 3 years, the emergence of artificial intelligence, which is the new technology, affects all ways of our lives, affects all industry, affects communication and media as well. Now, we know this word, we heard about it quite often, artificial intelligence, but what is it actually? How is it different from other technologies? It is the simulation of human intelligence, human brain, human machines, right? That will program to think and learn like human being. So it can help us to do any work faster. It encompasses various technologies, including machine learning, natural language processing, and computer vision, right? If you have a chance to go to Apple Store, you'll see a lot of like those kind of fancy classes that Apple is creating. That's part of the artificial intelligence as well, right? AI systems can analyze vast amount of data, recognize patterns, and make decisions with minimal human instruction or intervention, meaning that it can make a decision for you. It can do so many things for you, and you don't have to even give them instruction that much. Isn't that good? Or isn't that scary? right? Now, in the media and communication, here are some of the examples. Virtual influencers is created by AI generated, right? You know, KFC. You eat KFC, finger licking good. You know, that Colonel, who is the brand ambassador of KFC, he's not a real person. He's created by AI, right? He's the character. And surprisingly, there are kind of like other companies who communicated and just asked KFC recently, like, oh, if I want to use your virtual influencer here, this Colonel, who is the brand ambassador of KFC, and he's not even a real person, right? How much do I have to pay for you? Because he has a lot of value now, right? He can charge some money for people who use his credibility to promote other products. I used to live in Singapore and work in Singapore before I moved to Melbourne here. And
Ray, the forever 25-year-old is one of Asia's top virtual influencers, boasting more than 1 million followers across Instagram and Weibo. Created with CGI and AI technology, Ray is also Singapore's most prominent influencer of her kind. Since debuting in October 2020, Ray has been busy collaborating with big brands that include Audi, Heineken, and Asus. The fashionista has modeled for Moschino, Gucci, and NARS, not to mention rubbed digital shoulders with celebrities. The all-rounder is an advocate for girls and women in STEM.
okay, I'm gonna stop here, but I think you probably got the idea already that AI can help advertisers, for instance, marketing communication practitioners, to create the virtual influencers, the characters who are not real human beings, but it's generated by AI, right? And those influencers are posted on social media as the real human beings. Now, let me ask you, from the audience perspective, you are the audience, right? How comfortable are you following or being a fan of the virtual character, virtual influencer? Type 1 if you are not comfortable at all. And type 5 if you are super comfortable, you are okay being a fan of a virtual influencer. Let's see, from 1 to 5. 1, you are not comfortable talking to the non-human being influencer or character. Or 5, I'm okay. I'm very comfortable talking to the non-human being characters or influencers on social media. Let's see. Okay, we have 3, we have 4, 3, 2, 1, 2. Oh, we have 1, 2. Okay, interesting. How about other people? Are you comfortable? Not comfortable? 3. Okay. 1. Okay. I think there's so many factors, right? Sometimes it's the generation, sometimes it's the feeling that we have, or sometimes it's the cultural background. I know that in some parts of the world, in some countries, this is actually a very common practice in marketing field. I think in Korea, the virtual influencer is very common now because they think that, having the virtual character here is more reliable than the real human influencers. Human influencers, they can get sick, they can get scandals, right? Bad stories, bad backgrounds until people don't trust or believe in them anymore. But the virtual influencer is the new clean character that is created by the company. But there's also a drawback. But for me, I mean, I'm scared because I'm an old man, right? I can't even talk to Siri on my iPhone or, whatever chatbots that we have. So there's so many types of media, AI in media and public relations, right? Sometimes it's used as the predictive analytics, right? Used to forecast trends. Sometimes it's used as the chatbots, as the automated tools, like with a lot of Facebook page these days, right? Some companies that have their own Facebook page, they can set up the chatbots for customers to answer any questions that the customers have, so that there's no need to have human beings to reply to messages. It can be used as content creation. We saw examples of the characters. It can be used as a sentiment analysis, which is the tool to assess the public feelings about brands, about issues and all that. During COVID time, AI is used a lot to find out about the public sentiment, the emotions of the publics, about policies, about vaccines, about so many other things. I want to show you real quick here about the statistics from MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. You know that MIT is a very famous university, right? They conducted this use of AI by different functions, by different industry, right? Like marketing, advertising, sales, finance, product development, IT, human resources, and supply chain back in 2022. Let's focus on the marketing and advertising because that's closer to our media and communication field, the top bar. Let's take a look at that one. You will see that on the left-hand side, the kind of like the yellowish, the brownish, yellowish kind of area here. That is when people do not use and are still piloting the use of AI, right? And then from the red to the black, those are the areas where people started to adopt, and the black is that they use it a lot. You'll see that marketing and advertising started to adopt AI already quite a bit, right? In 2022. But let's take a look at the forecast, the prediction of the use of AI in 2025, which will happen just in the next months, the next few months only. Do you see the change in the statistics on the survey? Wow, only 15% of the yellowish area, 15% are those organizations that will not or barely use AI. The rest, almost like 85% in marketing and advertising, will be using AI a lot already for their work. So, marketing or media and communications graduates, are you ready to use AI?
Minta surat itu dari kecamatan, minta surat permohonan.
Are you literate enough to use artificial intelligence here? Right? So that's the biggest question. I'm gonna go through this slide real quick because it's pretty much of like what you need to know to use AI in your future career. Like for example, to provide intelligent search, to write engaging headlines. AI can help you create content, right? Create social media posts already. It can provide real-time feedback on content quality. Or if you write some news release or social media posts, you can plug into AI and ask them to evaluate this based on readability, how good this social media post is. Then they will just evaluate and you make a decision whether or not you believe in that. It can curate personalized playlists, news digest, and all that. It can enable interactive storytelling, and it will deliver targeted offers and subscriptions to the audience. In public relations, AI can be used to enhance engagement. In crisis communication, it can help to monitor social media. If people agree or disagree, hate or love your brand, right? It can be used as the data-driven decision-making tool for companies. And finally, it can help to run your campaign efficiently. Ok, Okay. Let me spend the last maybe 5-10 minutes here of my presentation because I have been speaking too much already. I want to show you some of the examples of how AI can be used in the classroom and can be used to educate people, and if you're students, how you can use it wisely in the development of your profession. Okay, this is the class that I taught with my colleague back in Singapore just a few months ago. In that class, it's crisis communication. Students were asked to write a short press release because during the crisis time, they have to write some message to tell stakeholders who are affected by, let's say, product recalls, right? Product tampering, like let's say your milk is contaminated and then people who drink your milk get food poisoning, for instance, right? They have to create the message to tell the consumers and all that. So what we did is we asked students to create that message. And then we submit it to the AI system. We set up the criteria like, okay, evaluate this message based on the friendliness, based on the effectiveness, based on this and that criteria. And then the AI will run it. We'll look at the students' writing and come up with the answers or the evaluation assessments for students. And he is pasting the students' writing into the AI now. And AI is still reading and evaluating the students' writing. Now, the students are happy because they see that their writing meets all the criteria of using the press release. Now, the point here is not just to trust what AI said, but at least the students start seeing that they can use it to evaluate their own writing. And then, you know, whether or not you believe or not believe in what the AI assess your work, we can discuss. That's the education that emerged out of the discussion. Okay, let's move on. This is another activity that I created by myself and run it in my own class. Let's look at this video for just 1 minute here.
Artificial intelligence could be friends or could be foes to instructors and university students alike. Whether you love it or you hate it, we still have to live with it. Today, let me share with you one example of how I use artificial intelligence to facilitate class discussion successfully. To make class discussion fun and engaging, I prepare some questions or problems for students to solve in a small group. The problems should be something students can relate to, but they don't know how to solve the problem by themselves. This could be something like solving the global warming issue in their cities, or perhaps how to reduce the traffic jam in their communities. Then I refer to the concept called trisociation, which was published in Harvard Business Review in 2023. Trisociation is a creativity technique that connects three distinct items that a team or students might never have come up with by themselves. In the first step, students will ask either ChatGPT or Google Gemini, whatever generative AI they want to use, to randomly generate 10 common nouns that offer the solution to the problem they are given. In the second step, they have to come up with the third noun, which is the solution proposed by their own group. At this stage, they should have a list of 3 nouns altogether, 2 proposed by ChatGPT and 1 proposed by human beings, and that makes it trisociation. In the final step, students in each group will have to ask ChatGPT to combine or associate all the 3 words together to come up with one single solution. The most educative moment emerged when the students will have to assess all the proposed solutions by looking at the feasibility of the solutions together. From the University of Melbourne, This is Sean Chaidarun.
Okay, that's an example of how to use ChatGPT, Gemini, or whatsoever in the classroom in a discussion, right? So I give the students some social problem that communication people will have to find a solution or come up with a campaign and all that. But two solutions come from AI, one solution from human being, and then they put all the three words together. Ask ChatGPT like, okay, come up with one solution combining all these three. And that's the idea that is not developed by me. It's the idea developed and tested and published in Harvard Business Review, for instance. And then again, the solution is not just from ChatGPT, but from human beings. So that's why tri-association is very interesting. And then the education comes during the time when the students have to discuss which solution works best in their community. Okay.
Artificial
Let's move on. I'm just gonna skip this example about deepfakes. You know what deepfakes is, but this is the last example that I'm gonna share with you this morning. But I must warn you first that this example is quite triggering, and then I'm not gonna play the whole video here, but I want you to at least get a sense of what's going on.
We talk a lot about young people and social media. Now, a troubling story about one of the next big things in high tech, AI chatbots.
This is social media on steroids.
A lawsuit filed against Menlo Park-based Character AI and Google, which licenses its AI technology. The suit comes after a 14-year-old in Florida died by suicide following a chat with one of Character's AI bots.
There's nothing good that results from this platform when it comes to kids. And it should be taken down and restricted to adults, if anybody at all.
The lawsuit claims the bots were intentionally designed to operate as a deceptive and hypersexualized product. At one point, the family claims, the teenager asked the bot, "What if I told you I could come home right now?" The bot responded, "Please do, my sweet king." When the 14-year-old expressed suicidal thoughts, the bot wrote, "Don't talk like that. I won't let you hurt yourself." But at some point after that conversation, the teen took his own life. And as the case makes headlines, many are wondering about the limits and dangers of the technology.
Okay, I'm gonna pause here, but at least you get a sense of what's going on in this story already, right? It doesn't happen in our region. It happened in America. A young boy lost his life. He committed a suicide after chatting with a bot, AI power bot that is created to respond to people who are kind of like lonely and all that, right? I don't know where the conversation led the boy to make that bad decision for himself, and it's a sad story here, but that is the kind of like very tragic story here, right?
We talk a lot
Okay,
about young people.
let me pause here and move to the last couple of slides. Let's see. I think someone is speaking.
Kalau home-nya Highlight kurang XP Highlight saja. Ada nggak?
Okay. Yeah. I share with you the emergence of mass media with some media literacy, the emergence of social media, and we have to have social media literacy, right? And that framework of digital and social media literacy is based on this concept of access, analyze, evaluate, create, reflect, and act, so that people can act mindfully in using all those media. And I'm just thinking that the last point that is still work in progress for all of us is that since AI is very new here, I'm still thinking what is the best way to teach people, especially media and communication students, to be AI literate, to have AI literacy. So this is some of the things that I'm trying to work on. They have to have competencies They have to learn to find and use AI tools skillfully in sharing, creating content. They should be able to analyze and have critical thinking to use AI-generated messages. They should be able to create, compose AI-generating content like the assessment of the writing that I shared with you earlier. They should be able to reflect and apply social responsibility and ethical principles in working with AI. So that's why the last case that I share with you about the news of using AI and it leads to bad consequences here, right? Needs to be discussed and shared and, learned from so that people won't fall into the trap of using AI blindly again. And finally, ACT. We have to teach and work together to educate the students to work and be able to work individually, collaboratively, to share knowledge and solve social problems together, right? And we have to teach them to use AI to solve all those social problems rather than being the slave of just using AI. And that being said, I think it leads me to the conclusion of my presentation this morning. I've been speaking for so long already. Thank you for your participation. But as you see, all the new technology that human being developed, it's developed with a good intention. Mass media was developed to reach to the larger group of people. Social media was developed because the developer wants it to be easy for people. Same thing, AI was developed because it wants technology. They want technology to be able to help us make some decision, manage the large data and all that. But everything has some unintended consequences. Mass media can cause manipulation, propaganda. Social media can cause bad addiction, misinformation, and perhaps bad mental health, right? Same thing, AI can lead to many destructive consequences as well. We have to find some way together. And this is the first step of my work over the next 2 years to develop AI literacy competencies, particularly for media and communication. I'm happy to discuss and share with you more. If you want to have any more conversation about this topic or any other related topic, so feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn, and I'm more than happy to carry on the conversation with you. Thank you very much, and I want to pass the microphone back to the moderator at this point.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Sun. Everybody, can we give like a warm applause to Professor Sen after delivering a very insightful material this morning. But before I give to the floors, Professor Sen, I was like having some points that's wondering whether this and that, but might be because you were delivering so many things that I think this is a very crucial topics that we need to discuss in these days, right? Especially in the era of digital media. But let me start from the media literacy. Professor Sen, is it possible that we can measure whether an individual is literate in media or not? Is it possible we measure it? Or maybe is there any tools that we can use to measure the media literacy?
Okay. As far as I know, there are some survey tools, but you can adapt those survey tools to help people to assess themselves.
Yeah.
Right? The
Oh,
survey
okay.
questions to assess themselves whether or not I'm literate enough, whether or not I can separate facts from opinions. And stuff
Okay.
like that, right? You can use the exact same survey to help people tell themselves that, oh gosh, I still don't know this kind of like keyword that I need to look for when I read news or read social media posts, that this is a hint. But again, those survey tools is evolving. Yeah, because as we progress in our society, there will be more tricks from media content producer to make things so blurry until people cannot separate. Things like I used to think that, oh, this is the clear criteria to separate facts from opinion. But from now on, it's not like that anymore. So what I mean here is that the survey tool is valid, is good for a certain point of time. There will also be new tricks, new strategies coming out all the time too. I hope that is, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Maybe I will look for it. Because I was thinking that as educators, we have responsibility to promote digital citizenship or digital literacy in order to to improve the online behavior to become more positive on how people may use the digital media or social media in a wise way. Because as the last example, it was so scary. I mean, for the a young generation, they don't have enough literacy in media or in digital technology, then it is cause life. So sad, I think, this one. Okay, maybe our audiences here also has some wondering point that they want to address to you, Professor Sen. Let's see. Okay, everybody, if you have any question or discussion that address to Dr. Professor Sen, please come up.
I have one question sent to me directly here. I'll just read the question without saying any name here, right? Is current digital literacy education able to keep up with the development of technology and algorithms behind social media platforms? Or is it lagging behind? What's the best way to catch up? It's a very good question and difficult one. I cannot answer that one, honestly. I must say, we are always behind. Why are we behind? Because everything that we create usually leads to another problem. And that's why I introduced the concept of unintended consequences, right? Algorithm is the tool that is created to help us or to help companies or organizations to do market segmentation easily, right? But with that, it created unintended consequences because I feel that algorithm is following me too much. I lose my privacy, right? There is no way we can catch up with that because it's the new thing that emerge all the time. And this, I must say, this is the fact in our lives that we need to learn to cope with it, right? And it's not just the technology, AI, or algorithm. It happened in other parts of our lives too. For example, irrigation, the dam that we created to stop water, to keep water, right? We create that technology because we want to have electricity power. But look at what happened when we create a lot of dam in our countries. We kill forests. We introduce new problems to our lives, right? We destroy forests too much, or sometimes, the dam could be damaged or broken by natural disaster. So there are always unintended consequences happen all the time. So we just have to learn to cope with it. Yeah.
Okay, Professor Sen, there is one question addressed to you. This is coming from Bapak Haryono Wahyudiantono from Solo. Yes, Pak Haryono, she was mentioning that in his opinion, in this life, we cannot avoid technology, including the use of AI in education. But in our world of education, it seems that many are shy or secretive in using AI. What do you think? Can you give like a concrete example, a successful implementation of AI in education in a particular country might be? But I think the last video that you showed to us, that's one example that convinced us how AI may support our education process. But please, Dr. San.
Okay. First of all, before I reply to this question, that's another very interesting question, and I would share my thoughts in just a second. But I must say that I really love talking to Bravijaya audience because I love all these wonderful questions. Last time, even when I gave a talk in person, your undergraduate students asked me so many wonderful questions like this, and yeah, that's why
Happy to hear that. So happy.
I
Thank you
really
so
enjoy
much.
it. Now,
Okay.
coming back to the question, right? Number one, there is another concept called you know that word apprehension.
Yes,
Yeah,
apprehension.
apprehension. People are scared of
Yeah, anxiety,
and shy, but
nervous.
yeah, don't want to use it. Yeah,
Yeah.
there is that concept of technology apprehension, and it's
Ah,
been studied quite widely in the education fields. Yeah. I think people are quite skeptical and shy and not confident of using it. That's true. Whenever new technology emerges. Even I myself, right? I remember those days when PowerPoint was newly introduced. I was still scared. And then after PowerPoint, it's Google Slides, right? I was scared of like converting or moving from PowerPoint to Google Slide. And these days, what's next? Canva. Right? Because
Canva.
younger students usually say like, you are old uncle, you use PowerPoint, I use Canva already. Because I'm the younger generation. I'm still kind of like feel, oh gosh, yeah, but that's true. There is always the apprehension of the new technology when it comes out because it's human nature that we don't want to fail when using it and all that. But if we accept that failure of using it is the normal fact in life.
Okay, it's okay to be a fail because from
Yeah,
failure and then we develop ourselves, we learn from it and then improve it. Am I right, Professor?
exactly.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
why most university, like the last two university, I worked at National University of Singapore and now at University of Melbourne. The policy of AI education is mostly moving towards using it, embracing it, rather than prevent students from using it. And that's why I start to come up with a set of activities like discussion activity, writing assessment activity that integrates some AI. But all in all, I think we have to be transparent. We have to be open and accept that, tell people that, honestly, I'm using AI in my class this way and that way. And honestly, students are not allowed in certain ways, right? Yeah. So if we make it clear from the beginning that, whatever, if it's for just brainstorming, I'm okay with that. But you please don't use AI to write a paper for you and submit it to me. Okay, that's not allowed, right? As long as we tell that in advance, that's okay.
Okay. Okay, Professor Shan. I think, I would like to say for once more to the audience that everybody, should you have any question, please feel free to raise your hand or write them in this comment, in the Zoom comment. Oh yeah, so we have one more discussion this morning, Professor Sen. This is from Kartika. Yeah, Sharina. We can call her Sharina. You can just call me Arin. Okay, Arin, I have a question regarding your opinions about the ethical problems of AI. So this is about ethical problem of AI, especially in the journalism and art, because of the way it learns, it's by stealing contents of the internet. What are your thoughts on this? Okay, very critical thinking.
Wow.
Yeah.
I must say all the policymakers are still struggling to answer this question. So you ask a very critical question that we are still kind of like trying to work around, right? Some organizations allow the use of AI to generate, let's say, photo and all that. Let's say if you are a journalist and you are covering a news story and you want to use AI to generate the story, you know that these days, even the phone, the Samsung phone that you have, right? You can kind of like write a story and then ask the phone, like, create a photo of this, and that, so that I can attach with my news story. You can do that, right? Some news agency allow that, but there must be a kind of like disclaimer that this photo is generated by AI. Again, as long as you are transparent, that is fine. Now, the deeper problem is not about that, whether or not you use AI to create the content, but the deeper problem is about some AI provider. When they use the data to develop any artifacts, like let's say if the AI provider wants to provide a service for you to create photos, of course, the provider will have to go and collect data from so many artists. And those artists feel that they are cheated because it's their skill, it's their artistic skill to develop some sort of like photo images and all that. But then if the AI collect the data from their skill sets and use that skill set to generate the photo for your journalistic news and all that, right? That is the problem. That is still unresolved at this point. So my problem right now is, my answer to you right now is, first, number one, if you are just a normal media producer, content producer, and you use AI to create content and all that, and if you provide disclaimer and tell audience honestly that certain parts of your article, photos and all that, images is created by AI, write that clearly in your article, that's fine. But the problem is that is still unresolved is how data to develop AI is being used. I hope that answers your question here, just partly.
Yeah, if I could like a summary from the discussion this morning, that technology, social media, and also AI brought us some benefits, but also it also drive us to have some risky. So this is a kind of challenge to eliminate the risk itself, but much more for using digital technology, AR, social media, whatever it is, in order to improve the well-being. So in this case, I think as an educators and as academic people, we need to really carefully manage days so that we start from us, we also literate, digital literate in this case, and then we can influence other, especially our student probably, that they need to also consider about the digital literacy in this way, and then we can use technology for a positive things, for positive, in a positive way. Okay, Professor Shan has already joined with us this morning, Professor Sohail. So maybe we can like sometime we'll hear from him the insight of on how the communication and digital media influence our life nowadays. So might be I'm going to ask Professor Suhail to give his presentation this morning. Excuse me, Professor Suhail, are you ready? I heard that you already joined with us.
Assalamualaikum and good morning to everyone.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay, good morning, Professor Suhail.
I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, very clear.
That's wonderful to hear and know. First of all, I want to congratulate the organizers of this conference, especially my colleague who had been to Pakistan, Dr. Pia Molina, who has been able to get along this wonderful relationship we had developed academically, and the collaboration we had being two very friendly countries. So this is a great feeling representing my country for a conference in Indonesia. And these all credit goes to Dr. Molina. She is very inspiring, dedicated, and committed academic professional. And I also congratulate the rector, dean, and all the administration of this thriving department, first of all. Secondly, as you mentioned, out of all the themes which were there for my talk, I have picked up the social media and social change because that is of my interest. My PhD is in Facebook advertising, so I have studied the advertising and culture thing in my study. So I'll be speaking about social media and social change. As I was researching on the multiple social media platforms about this topic, what I had seen that most of the dominant narratives were about the politics only, that social media only helped us change the political or create the political movements, where may it be Arab Spring or all others which you can count, which hashtags are very well known for it. If it is for Syria, if it is for Africa, some of them have used it for other purposes. But it is more than that. Social change has to create a sustainable, long-term, and visible uplift in the society. That is what I believe. As far as a student of social sciences, I believe that social change should be reflected in every aspect of our life. It's not about that when you have to create a kind of mobilization for a certain challenge for people, for the community, for the justice and everything. Yes, that's good. That's really helpful, and that has set a good trend. But why won't we be able to create that same revolution for other social issues as we are able to create for political things? This is what I believe, that social media has got the ability to change the whole fabric of society, the value systems, the culture, the other aspects of the society. So how social media has made social change, I would be sharing my personal views on it, because being in the consumer world for the last 22, 24 years as an advertising professional, I have almost 22 TV commercials to my credit. And there are countless campaigns which I have done with population planning department, women health department, and water and sanitation department. So these are those social aspects of our society which actually need a lot of attention, and which really need a lot of things to be changed being a developing country. Now, if I go back in 1980s, when there was only national TV in my country, which was called Pakistan Television Network. It used to start in the morning at 6, and it used to close their transmission at 12 at night. There was no concept of 24 hours television. Later, if anyone had the talent, if anyone had the ability, if anyone had the wish to appear on the media, you can see out of, if I say we are 22 million at the moment, as far as the last consensus is concerned, out of 22 million, how many people could represent on the one television network? After that, satellite channels took over. We had a huge private licensing for the satellite channels in my country. Then came a wave. A lot of almost 200 licenses were issued to different channels, which brought a wonderful opportunity for all the people who wanted to become anchors, producers, writers, editors, reporters, whatever they wanted to become. So this thing brought a lot of great opportunities for all the people who wanted to express what they feel, who had their talent, who could contribute in multiple aspects of the media content. Again, there were certain constraints, there were resources constraints, there were need of the rating thing for the channels. So again, not everybody was able to get a chance to appear on the mainstream media, which have to earn their bread and butter from the same business which they were operating. And there were certain limitations, just like advertising agency has. Then comes the social media. Social media was the biggest revolution we have witnessed, especially for us being the media students, media teachers, media fraternity. Social media made me media owner. I have a media which I own. I am an entrepreneur.
Sorry.
You know, sorry? Somebody want to ask something?
No, I don't think Professor Suhail. You may continue, please.
Okay. Look, this revolution brought us that freedom of accomplishing all our dreams. Being a content writer, being a producer, being an anchor, being a reporter, whatsoever you want to become. You have your own media, you have a YouTube channel, you have a Facebook account, you have Instagram account, you have LinkedIn, and so many other social networking spaces where you can go. And now you are the concept writer, you are the content writer, you are producer, you are doing post-production, and you are doing social media management and everything. Now you have the world at your doorstep. Now come on, make the change. Show us the change you are going to create. Now you are the owner of a media. We have brought you the freedom. Now come forward and make the change to this society, which needs better education, which needs a better health, which needs a better economy, which needs a better education, which needs a better moral standards, which needs better religious understanding and practices, which needs better cultural preservation and transmission, which needs a better political narrative that is more supportive for the overall system. Now we have to see how we have been able to actually use the social media for the social change. First of all, the first thing which this social media brought for us was self-projection. I had studied a research paper in which it was... Hello?
Okay, Professor Suhail. Someone
Yeah.
is unintentionally pressing their phone. Please continue. Sorry about it.
Okay. Let me see where I was. Yes, I was hearing that I came across a research paper in which I had studied that Facebook has given that much importance to a common person, which used to be enjoyed by an emperor. You know, what had happened was that when there was a time of emperors, when there was a time of kingship, only very specific people could go inside that compound of a king. They could go in the room of the queen. Very few people could see her dresses, see what has she wore, how she speaks, what, right? No, they used to come back to the community and they used to share that today Queen wore this kind of dress, Queen wore this kind of ornaments and all other whatever, right? This is the kind of significance which social media has brought for a common person. Social media has made a common person as significant, as important, as center of attraction as there were previous people who were emperors. Now you are the emperors of social media who are being seen for whatever you are doing, whatever you are wearing, whatever you are practicing. So this is one of the first thing which we experienced with social media, that it gave us an opportunity for sharing whatever we are doing, whatever we are eating, whatever we are wearing, whatever places we are going, and what. So this had kept a lot of other people who actually are our friends and peers and everyone engaged, interested, inspired, and it also created a sense of doing the same as others are doing. Like if somebody has given status that he's sitting at Tim Hortons, now I'll also be thinking, unless I don't go to the Tim Hortons, I won't be somebody who belongs to this community. So this is how indirectly brands are getting mileage, that when people refer them being there, or places or whatever, food and everything. So this is how we started to influence people. We started to create a trend which people prefer to follow, and which becomes pride for the people, which people like to be the part of. So this is how this social society started to feel the change in the way they were living and the way the living has transformed. So this was the first thing which we actually observed while using this social media, that we can become someone who is important. Sorry?
It's okay.
Yeah.
Someone again press there.
Now we have to see the next thing. We after telling this, that this social media is empowering us, giving us freedom, bringing us all those opportunities and options or tools to help us make the difference to the society wherever we are living. Yeah. Now we have to see in what direction we are going to make this difference. Are we going to do it in our social life? Are we going to do it in our economic life? Are we going to do it in educational, moral, religious, cultural, political? So the example I'm going to share with you, which we actually were the part of, that was about the racism and social injustice and things related to that. It was an initiative of Emerson College. Emerson College is our partner. I'm the member of Center for Global Communication. I'm the member of Global Communication Project, and I also have studied from the faculty of Emerson College while I was doing my PhD. So it actually is quite a wonderful experience. So this was an initiative taken by Emerson College after black person was murdered in America a few years back. So all the black community came up with the campaigns and everything. So at that time, it was felt to cover the local stories. A new concept of global youth reporters was given by Rick Rendon, who is the CEO of this organization. Team Harmony Foundation was created. We were the part of that Team Harmony Foundation, and it was such a wonderful initiative. And our students, ourselves, we learned a lot of new things from there. They invited global youth reporters from 35 countries, approximately, more or less. I had also taken on board Dr. Pia, and we had 1 or 2 reporters from your university as well. We had to pick a social topic, and on that topic, we had to make a video of 30 minutes. Our students had to make a video of 30 minutes, which will be played on this Team Harmony's international screening. This initiative actually was one of its kind, and it did the capacity building of all the students worldwide and gave them opportunity to produce content to change the way the people think and the way the people behave. I would like somebody to play some of the videos which are there in my presentation. So I would like the last one to be played, in which our student had made a video on what we call them, who is special people. Can you help me, Maulina, or any of your team member who can actually play my presentation?
Okay, probably the committee member, would you please play the material from Professor Suhail? Wait a second, Professor Suhail. Maybe someone still needs it. Okay, while we are waiting for the committee member to play your PPT, Professor Suhail, I have one question, if it's possible to address to you. Is it possible?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because you were mentioning that the social media also may benefit for social change, especially like political or economical issues. But I think there is also some challenge in the use of social media, like Professor Sen just mentioned a while ago, that this is also may lead for mental health issue. What do you think about this, Professor Suhail? I mean, the social change can be in many ways, right? One of the social change is to improve the individual well-being. On the other hand, the digital media also may ruin the individual well-being. In this case, is the mental well-being. So,
well, as far as my topic is sticking to the social media and social change, because all my efforts and data is supporting this rationale. Whereas what you have asked, it was the part of my presentation. Look, we think that when we are on the Facebook, we are different people. We are not what we are. We do not practice and we do not incorporate, we do not consider all those things which we do in our daily life. We are not tolerant. We are not submissive. We are not understanding. We are not trying to exhibit all those values. We have to be more respectful. We have to be more submissive. We have to be more caring, loving, and value-driven. Why won't we take these values to the social media if we take these to our homes, our families, our overall, maybe in our university, we practice all these values. Why won't we take all these values to the social media? Why we feel if someone has commented wrong, negative, or I have to go to the same level and length and do the same thing. Why won't we be tolerant? Why won't we be more respectful? This is the problem. This is the problem which is not helping us change our society. This is where we are not educating our youth, our all the consumers who are utilizing this social media, that they have to carry all those values, all those principles, all those things to this social media, all those courtesies to this social media, all those, we have to give room to the social media interactions, social media communication, social media relationship, so that we will be able to evolve a more tolerant, friendly, and understanding society. Otherwise, this is where the problem is. This is why you are experiencing health problems, because we are not training ourselves to utilize this media with the same spirit. We think that this media doesn't belong to us. We don't need to practice all those values, all those good deeds which we practice in our daily life, because there is no social, cultural, and other pressures on us, which normally we have from the parents, from the peers, from the society, from every
teacher, from
segment,
education institution,
from segments which actually matters to us. But I believe that we have to, first of all, become good human being when we are on the social media. This is from where the whole social change, social transformation, this will happen once we will try to respect whosoever is there on the social media, whatsoever is said, whatsoever is conveyed. We have to be that much understanding, tolerant, supportive, and caring for others' emotions, other ideas, others' feelings. This is from where you will create an environment where everyone will be more confident, more open, and this is how you will create a beautiful, interactive world in this digital global village where everyone will feel safe. First of all, but if you are going into a new place, if you are meeting new people, if you are interacting with people, you want respect. You want security of your respect, that you will be respected in turn, or you don't have any fear that you will be insulted, bullied, or whatever. So these are those, things which it is such a huge topic to talk about social change in the from the social media, but I have tried to share the crux of it, that it's we who are on the social media. It's not robots or avatars who are on the social media, because if they will be there, they will be trained how to behave. They will be given those softwares and set of instructions and artificial intelligence to behave in a certain way, but all the creativity, all the beauty of the nature, which has been instilled by nature in every human being. You know, I'd read a quote in which it was written that the only thing which is different in us is our way of thinking. You know, otherwise we are same: 2 eyes, 2 ears, 1 face, 2 legs, 2 arms. People, everyone is the same. But what differentiates us from everyone is the way of our thinking. Is the thinking that actually made Indonesia what it is today under the leadership of one charismatic personality who practiced values. Likewise, if you will see the whole world, social agents, social influencers, social leaders change the whole society. You know, it is such a significant thing. A medical doctor, a medical scientist gives you some solution for the health problem, which is also very important. But a social scientist transforms the whole society. A social scientist transforms the whole world. You know, this is the significance of social change. This is where societies transform, and this is where they become model for the whole world by practicing those values, principles, and things which can actually change the way we are. So my content, which if I'll be able to play, has one of the same
Okay,
thing.
Professor Suhail, I'm so sorry because the committee said that the drive that you shared to us is not possible to be accessed because we need your permission to access, Professor. Could you please open the access?
Okay, let me do that.
Okay, everyone, while Professor Suhail manages the drive to be accessed to us, if you have any question that you want to discuss this morning with Professor Suhail related to the social media and social things, please you may write down your question or your discussion in the comments, or might be you may just like raise your hand and later on I will call you to come up your question. I think, yeah.
Excuse me, the host. There is my faculty member. Her name is Saman Riaz. He's the one who has the access for this video. I'm asking her to please contact the committee and help them play that video, please.
Okay, that's okay. No worries, Professor Suhail. We may just like continue our discussion this morning because like your last point, it was so interesting for me. This is about the collective action, social media and collective action. As you mentioned a while ago, that social media can be a media to support others. And this is, I think, what some people play in the social media. They want to try they want to take a part in the social change by supports other, or might be raise some issues which is relate to inequality, raise like issues for a violence, or might be about a political inequality or something. And then this is going to drain attention from the public. And then, oh my God, this is like massively public will give attention to a particular issue, and this is going to be a social movement. And this is what happened in Indonesia, Professor Suhail. So if you want to justice, usually people will say, if you want to justice, viral it. If you want to justice, publish it as much as you can, and then it is going to drain the attention from the authority. My question is, do you think, is it also happened in your country? If I'm not mistaken, you're from India, right? Professor Suhail, are you there? Oh, okay. While waiting for Professor Suhail join with us, I would like to have your discussion.
Yeah, you were saying something. I missed it. I think it
Sorry.
got offline.
No, I would like to, yeah, to sum up my ideas a little bit. You know, in Indonesia, recently we have like a prompt or like a principle. If you want a justice, viral it. Is it also happened in your country? If someone wants to drain attention from the authority, and then a particular issue need to be paused and to be viral, and then this is going to be something that the government or the authority will give attention on it. Is it also happened to your country? Oh, again, we lost him. Okay, so the discussion I think I'm going to share to you guys, to you, Bapak Ibu sekalian. What do you think about this? If you want a justice, viral it. So in this case, the social media, it has become a social change or social move as a media for a social movement. What do you think? Anyone? Do you have any ideas about it? Please. Pak Haryono maybe, because I see Pak Haryono in my screen. So I would like to discuss with Pak Haryono. Pak Haryono, are you there? I would be so happy if I could hear your idea, your point of view about the term, if you want a justice, viral aid. What do you think? No viral, no justice, no netizens say so. So what do you think about it? So
I think I had disconnected for a moment, right?
okay. Oh yeah, yes, yeah.
Okay, as you told that I don't want to take that same narrative of everyone on the social media who are talking about rewards and this kind of thing. You know, what I've mentioned here is we have to work on behavioral change. Behavioral change is a very significant element of
behavior change.
Social change. We have to see the social behaviors which are actually damaging the social fabric. Let me tell you one thing, most recent thing which I am working on. Most recently, we have experienced a new trend in Pakistan where women are now encouraged or starting to use motorbike, and challenging thing for a female in my country, if you say for 5-8 years back, that a woman could not or female could not drive a motorcycle as it was a taboo.
Oh, really?
Right? Yeah. This was a big challenge that in our society, if some girl is driving a motorbike, she was stared like anything that some alien has come to the world. You know, this is how the society is evolving now. I personally and in my all the circles have tried to encourage this thing that we should encourage the females to drive bike because this gives them freedom. They don't have to depend on their brother, father, and other segments of the family whom they have to depend upon, who takes them to their schools, colleges, and offices, whatever. Likewise, there was also a harassment which used to be going on, or insecurities, and a lot of other problems, which when these girls used to use other rickshaw, cabs, or other kind of public transport, they used to come across, you know. So this was one of the key factor for empowerment, where my faculty designed a campaign with Uber. They came up with a concept of encouraging female biking with pink bike concept. They developed a wonderful project with the students, and we are in the process of consultation and discussion with Uber to start this kind of facility for the females, where females will be the rider and female will also be the customers for that ride. So you can see, trust me, now I feel so happy when I am traveling in suburbans and a bit villages. I have seen village girls, they are driving motorbike and taking her family to places. First of all, what matters is this is cost effective. You know, this is very cost effective. Now e-bikes are coming. This was the right time to encourage females or young girls or college, university going girls in my country and everywhere to switch to bikes, and that also to the e-bike. So this is one small thing, small challenge of social change, which I've mentioned to you, that this is such a challenging thing to change the behavior which have become so strong in our cultural fabrics that we do not want to actually part from that behavior. We care for the society, we care for the people, what they will say, what they will say, what they will say. So this is how social media can help us create social change by understanding. Another blessing of social media is employability. You have seen the freelancing, outsourcing world. It has brought revolution for the people of IT in my country and everywhere. You had seen a boom of call centers, article marketing, thug. Now you have Fiverr, you have other such social media platforms from where you can change your life. You know how our lives change, how our society change, how social change comes. It comes with the prosperity. Prosperity comes with the employability and economical empowerment and betterment. This is where social media has also contributed, apart from other aspects of social media, which I have mentioned in my talk. But this is also one of a very significant opportunity which this social media has brought to the youth. Now they are self-reliant. Most of our students, they earn their fees through this. They learn during their university time. It is always very challenging to meet your both hands, paying the fees and all other stuff. Now, our students actually are able to pay their fees by working online. This is another way of social change. People are getting better. They are buying laptops, mobiles, or thug. Yeah. So this is how you can drive social change. I myself used to work for freelancer.com back in 2009. I was surprised to see when I was working for the freelancer.com. At that time, not many people knew what freelancer is. But when I worked, I learned, and when I first time put my freelancer Pioneer card in the ATM, and the money came out, that was something really strange and that I could not believe that this can happen, that I am working online and I am get paid in dollars. I have uploaded that on my Pioneer card. And when I went in the ATM and I got the money very first time, it was just a revolution to me in 2008-9. Now that has become the part of our lives. And I had almost 30 writers writing for me, whom I used to give work as a service, as a buyer, and I used to take work from the whole world to give it to the others. So it helped a lot of housewives meet their daily expenses, students, what. So social media is a catalyst for the social change. It all depends on you, how you utilize your social media, in what direction. I have tried to cover social, and second is economic aspect of social media, how it has contributed in our lives. And I think now my time will be over. I can speak hours about it, but my time is almost going to be over. Now we would see this presentation, and you will see how my students have contributed in bringing social justice and minimizing the racial crime in my setting. So over to you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Suhail, for your valuable insight this morning. So I think now it is time to the floor for giving us discussion. And I think I'm going to open the question in the question section here for three people for raising their discussion. Please, anyone, if you have any discussion that raised to the address to Professor Suhail, so welcome. Okay, while waiting for the participant to give a discussion, Professor Suhail, maybe we have like 10 minutes left. So I have like one question to you.
Yeah.
As you said, if I'm not mistaken, your last explanation that the social justice, social movement, and I like the way you give an example about the bicycle, the motorbike, that women now can drive motorbike in your country, and this is a part of improving the freedom, the right, I mean, the human rights for women so that they equal with men in a daily activities. But what I want to discuss here, the social media, I think from your story, have a very crucial role in shaping a public opinion. Who was raising the ideas, or who was the institution or the party that the first time they try to aware that a woman can ride motorbike in your country? I just need to know which organization or who are they that already giving an idea to change this social belief that women, or social taboo that women could not ride motorcycle. Who was the first?
Well, you
idea?
can meet the one. You can meet the one here. You can meet the one here. It's me who felt and who got inspired and who gave this task to my faculty to develop, and the students to develop a project on this. So it's me, fortunately, who is the first person who has got a heart for
I think I would like to give you a standing applause for this. I'm really happy to hear this. Thank you so much.
Yeah. This is my personal feeling. I am very. I have also written a research paper on the women representation in the media, because I want to make life and word supportive for the female. You know,
Yeah.
I sometimes feel how a woman feels. This is blessing, and maybe I have a daughter, I have a family. I actually have a heart for all those people who come across certain challenges in this society, because you know we are not that educated society. We are developing countries, and you know in developing countries there are certain challenges which the people living there comes across. It is a political, you know, everything is dominated by the political agenda in our countries like this, where foreign aid is a tool of political manipulation and everything. So we have to do a lot for our survival. Here, this kind of social issues goes into secondary and tertiary significance for the people, and they actually do not pay that much attention to this kind of
Recording in progress.
Okay, I think your country will be so much thankful to you, Professor Suhail, as you were the first, I don't know what you call it, like giving an idea that the woman can drive motorcycle in your country. I don't, I'm pretty sure like 5 years, 5 years, 5 years later, there's going to be so many change, social change in your country as a result from the woman who is now eligible, not eligible, allowed to drive a motorcycle. I'm pretty sure there will be like lots of changing in your country. Now, before we finish our discussion, there is a one question coming from Haryono, Professor Suhail. Let me read his discussion.
He knows me. Yeah. Yes. How are you, Haryon?
Oh, now we have Professor Syed Saleh. Welcome to our, thank you for joining our conference. Yes, there is a question from Pak Haryono that he said that one of the latest social media issues is sexual content. One social media platform features a lot of vulgar sexual content, and this is very unethical and contrary to pornography and porno action. This is very ironic in a Muslim majority country like Indonesia. How do you see this? And are the conditions the same as in Pakistan, your country? Okay.
Well, this is a very pertinent and interesting question. I always believe the generation, maybe you are younger, much younger than me, the generation from which I come, we used to have less access to this kind of content and this kind of things. What we have and what we had to do, what we have to do is again, it is not about what is coming on the media. You always have the remote control in your hand. It is your choice, being a consumer. It is your choice what you want to see, what you don't want to see. I normally, when some thing of that sort comes on my wall, I go to the options and I block it. I also report it, and I said this kind of content should not be shown on my wall. You have the right. You are the one. Those who are sending this content have given you the right to stop and block the content as well. You know, you have been given all those consumer rights where you are the owner, you have the remote control, what you should see, what you should not see. That's up to you. Why we accuse others? I am the one, if I receive any such content, any website, unless you don't click, you won't be seeing that content. It is not chasing you that it will come to you and you will be running away from that. No, it is your choice. Media gives you choice. See this, see this, see this, see this, see this. You have Peace TV, go and see. There are so many religious Islamic TVs, Islamic channels. They are all available on the YouTube. So it is your choice. Don't accuse the media. Media is a business. Ultimately, you must understand they have to see from where they are getting more engagement, from where they are getting more rating, from there they are Their target is advertising. This is how they will make money out of it. This is why I say we have to create responsible media. We have to create awareness. We have to empower. I really, trust me, I personally believe that we need to train our youth to fight this challenge of social media, especially the Muslims, because we have, like it is said that for Muslims, the world is like a cage. We have restrictions which when we submitted to the will of Allah, being Muslims, then I have to follow all those Islamic teachings, which binds me to stay away from all those things which are forbidden in Islam. First of all, I have to prepare myself. I have to convince myself. I have to get hold of myself that I won't be doing anything which is against the teachings of Islam. So everything will be helpful for you. It's you. It's not about the content. They are putting all those contents. But secondly, let me tell you, in my country, we have certain cyber laws. We have certain checks, controls, and you can say censors about this kind of content, because we fortunately and alhamdulillah are practicing good Islamic values here. We try to make sure that Islamic values are obeyed. And our Pakistan is the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. So we try to be as sincerely contributing for the implementation of Islamic values, teachings, and everything as possible. I hope I
Okay, perfect. If I could sum from your suggestion here is you want to convince us on how the impotency of digital media literacy, and we need to start this from us, and then need to train our youth and our society for media literacy. And
very
then
important.
Very important. And then we can pick up or select with the content that we can.
No, it should start from the school education. School education, it should be a part of it. Like you are teaching them other subjects, social media awareness, what are do's and what are don'ts for Islamic, they should come from the grassroots, so that you have a educated, aware, and vigilant youth that is coming up, so that they can fight out the challenges which, it is very difficult that you something pop-ups that is tempting, that is, maybe being a youth, it is very hard to control few temptations, but you have to train. You have to train the youth what to do and what not to do. Thank you very much.
Our responsibility, Professor Suhail, as educator, as an educator.
It is always a pleasure to be at your university. I am so grateful again to the management, to especially Dr. Pia Molina. She knows how challenging it was for me today to have this talk, but somehow I am able to make it. Yeah.
We highly appreciate your time. Okay, thank you so much, Professor Sen, and also Professor Suhail, for your sharing your valuable insight. And I think we are also
one last thing I would like to offer to my students of Barjaya University. I will share my CV with your conference committee. If you would like to have any lecture with me about brand strategy, advertising, public relations, social media management, Facebook advertising, it will be honored to contribute. That's it.
Okay, thank you so much. We're happy to hear that. Okay, Professor Sen and Professor Suhail, as we conclude for this morning insightful discussion about social media literacy and critical thinking, and also about the how social media and social change may support the social improvement, the community improvement. I would like to thank our esteemed speakers today for your valuable insight and engaging presentation. Your expertise has shed light of complexion and of the digital in this era of the digital age. And we have also already explored the potential of the social media to amplify voice, mobilize communities, and drive social change. Oh, this is really nice to hear from you, Professor Shen.
I would like to comment, Yuyon, Raini. You have been a wonderful host. It was pleasure being part of your session. You have been a wonderful.
Thank you so much. Okay, I don't want to waste your lunch time, everybody. I would like to close this first preliminary session. Thank you so much for once again for your participation in our 4th Brawijaya Communication International Conference 2024. I hope you have found this session informative and stimulating. Thank you so much, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
What a very insightful session. Thank you very much for Mrs. Yuyun for guiding us through the first presentation session, and also for our 2 keynote speakers that have presented their session material. Let's give her a round of applause for Mrs. Yuyun.
Bapak Ibu, peserta Brawijaya Communication International Conference, telah kita ikuti bersama sesi materi pertama di hari ini. Selanjutnya Bapak Ibu disilakan untuk memasuki sesi break selama 45 menit. Kemudian nantinya kita akan berada di Zoom ini kembali untuk mengikuti sesi materi berikutnya yang akan dimoderatori oleh Ibu Nisa Alfira, SIKOM MA. Terima kasih.
Esteemed participants of the Brawijaya Communication International Conference, we have just concluded the first presentation session of the day. We will now take a 45-minute break, and at 12:25 p.m. West Indonesia's time zone, please rejoin the Zoom session to continue with the next presentation, which will be moderated by Mrs. Nisa Alfira, SIKOM MA. Thank you.
especially if talks that they are emphasizing something, it also should access and then Okay, so I answered the top one. So we can say that Microsoft, Google, Apple, like what
beberapa
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang dan selamat datang kembali di Brawijaya Communication International Conference 2024. Bapak Ibu peserta yang berbahagia, saatnya kita ikuti bersama sesi materi berikutnya bersama keynote speaker yang akan dimoderatori oleh Ibu Nisa Alfira, SIKOM MA.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Brawijaya Communication International Conference 2024. Distinguished participants, it is now time to proceed with the next presentation session with our keynote speaker moderated by Mrs. Nisa Alfira, SIKOM MA. Ladies and gentlemen, we gather here for this insightful session, and I'd like to share a bit about academic journey of our distinguished moderator, Mrs. Nisa Alfira, SIKOM MA. Mrs. Nisa Alfira, SIKOM MA began her academic career at University of Brawijaya, where she earned her bachelor's degree in communication science. She pursued her master's degree in communication science at the prestigious Gadjah Mada University, where she further specialized in her field. Mrs. Nisa Alfira has dedicated her research to advancing our understanding of key areas, including communication, social justice, and democracy. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Nisa Alfira, whose impressive academic foundation and expertise will guide our discussion today. Mrs. Nisa Alfira, how are you?
Hi, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm fine.
Okay, you might proceed with the session.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for the MCs for the generous introduction of me. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So in this afternoon, I have the pleasure of serving you as the moderator for this session. Thank you for joining us in our digital space. And before we proceed, I would like to share a few guidelines to ensure our sessions run smoothly. The first one is that each of our speakers will be given 45 minutes to present. We kindly ask all attendees to remain on mute during the presentations. And for those who want to ask questions, you may use the chat box on the Zoom platform to submit them at any time. We will address them during the Q&A session following the presentations. Please also mention to whom your question is directed to. Also, I will welcome you to ask questions directly. However, please kindly clicking the raise hand button first. Now, it is my privilege to introduce our esteemed speakers, who each bring exceptional expertise to our theme, which is titled Navigating Social Changes, Communication, Information, and AI Digital Convergence. Our two distinguished speakers for this afternoon are Dr. Muhammad Nur Salehuddin Syarifuddin from University Putra Malaysia, Malaysia. And the second speaker will be Dr. Desi Dwi Priyanti from Universitas Brawijaya. Let me first briefly introduce our first speaker. Dr. Muhammad Nur Salehuddin Syarifuddin is a senior lecturer at the Department of Communication, Faculty of Modern Languages and Communication, University Putra Malaysia, Malaysia. He holds a PhD in marketing from Victoria University of Wellington. His research interests include marketing communication, sponsorship, generational marketing, nonprofit marketing, consumer behavior, consumer culture, and digital technology, such as e-com, Web 2.0, immersive technology, and etc. His research publications have appeared in Journal of Retailing and Consumer Services, Journal of Product and Brand Management, Journal of Hospitality and Tourism Research, Acta Politehnica Hungary, Search Journal of Media and Communication Research, ASEAN Journal of Business Research, Malaysian Journal of Communication, among others. He also serves in the editorial board of scholarly journals, and Dr. Syarifuddin has industry experience in banking and corporate branding before turning to academia. I just briefly introduced Dr. Syarifuddin to all of you. To kick off this session, please welcome Dr. Syarifuddin to talk to all of us. The title of his presentation is Immersive Worlds, Real Impact, Engaging Stakeholders Through CSR Tech Innovation. To Dr. Syarifuddin, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nisa. If you don't mind, can you share the slide, or because I cannot have access to share my slide?
Ini apa ini?
Can you hear me, Dr. Nisa?
Beg pardon, Dr. Syarifuddin.
Can you give me access, or you can share my slide, because I don't have the share button here.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
Okay, no, not share button. Can you see this?
Yes, Doctor.
Assalamualaikum, good afternoon to all of you. Selamat siang.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for inviting me to join this conference for Universitas Brawijaya, especially for communication department, faculty of FISIPUB. Okay, so for today, I would like to share with you this is my thorough research. We currently doing this research and still on preliminary analysis. So the title about immersive world and where it impacts engaging stakeholder to CSR tech innovation. So yeah, before I go further, I would like to briefly share with you the brief definition of CSR. So basically, in this session, we call corporate social responsibility with short acronym name like CSR. So basically, when we talk about CSR, some scholars they have different definition and interpretation when talk about CSR. Some scholars said when talk about CSR is a business organization configuration of principle of social responsibility, processes of social responsive and policy program and observable outcome that relate to the firm social relationship. And some scholars said like how the company integrate between social and environmental concern, particularly to their stakeholders. And other scholars said about the ethical behavior, how individual or group of people within the organization socially responsible. So basically, when you talk about CSR, like recently, like CSR has become increasingly important aspect in business operation, with company recognizing the need to contribute positively to society and the environment. This is very important. So when you talk about CSR, there are few activities under the CSR umbrella. For example, sponsorship, corporate philanthropy, and cost-related marketing. For this presentation, I will focus on sponsorship because sponsorship part of CSR umbrella. This is just a brief definition of sponsorship. When we talk about sponsorship, it refers to provision of assistance, whether financial or in kind, whether monetary or non-monetary, with the purpose to achieve commercial objective. So when firm or company they collaborate or engage with sponsorship, they have their own commercial objective. For example, to get the commercial objective or potential. So when we talk about sponsorship, it could be sport, is like a main sponsorship discipline, and other sponsorship are art, entertainment, and social sponsorship. Okay, so when we talk about the trend of sponsorship choices, so based on literature, the total expenditure of sponsorship increased year by year. For example, in 2017, the total expenditure on sponsorship increased from 92.8 billion to 96.5 billion. And when we talk about sponsorship, the highest spending sponsorship with total of 17.05 billion, mainly for sport. So there are few commercial objectives for the firm when they engage in sponsorship. For example, try to enhance the awareness and visibility of their brand, brand loyalty, and reinforce brand image among sponsors. Okay, that's the things we had experienced like period when pandemics. During pandemic, CSR and sponsorship, I think specifically the sponsorship that had an impact. Particularly, there's a lot of like event has been cancelled, and tourism business has experienced on a financial survival, that like a financial time off. It's quite hard for event organizer or charitable organization to run the event, and for them due to COVID-19. And the effect of COVID-19 caused a lot of damages in sponsorship because of like a major financial turbulence among them. Most of, like the main corporate company, they have a problem with financial. For example, like here's one of largest car rental company in the world. They reportedly filed for the bankruptcy, and about 60,000 of the employees were terminated, and few other corporate companies that mainly involved in sponsorship also affected because of the pandemic. For example, in Asia, when 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 they don't have a business, so they have a lack of fund and sponsorship budget to sponsor any event and program. This another example like Qantas. I think if all of you are aware that services and I think services industry has been affected very badly during the pandemic. The airline, so they cannot fly because of the restrictions, and even the sport Premier Leagues, how the numbers of sponsor reduced dramatically, and this is the trend CSR and sponsor issue post COVID-19. When we talk about budget for sponsorship, 38% or equal to 10 billion of sponsorship fee were affected due to COVID-19. Most of like major event or activity were postponed or cancelled due to this issue or crisis. And yeah, if you look at the Olympic, also they have to postpone. They're supposed to 2022, but they postponed to ensure that all the COVID-19 clear and recover. Yeah, this is the pattern of sponsorship. How the pandemic have an impact to services company, the corporate company who sponsor and other tourism industry. So based on the previous discussion, these are the issues that mainly concern for corporate company. When we talk about financial turbulence, economic downturn, the corporate company firm, they have a shortage of CSR and sponsorship budget. That's the main concern for us. They have very limited budget, but the program that would like to get sponsored, very competitive. So it's like challenges for the event organizer, event company to access to get fund from corporate company. And there are important criteria to determine in CSR and sponsorship program from corporate or firm point of view. So the main question in this presentation is how we engage with our stakeholders. Because previously we just used traditional approach. For example, we just promote
social
our
and politics.
Yes, you like to ask something? Okay. Okay, for example, like previously we used traditional platform to promote our sponsorship or CSR program. We use TV, radio, mobile, internet, social media. But now because of limited budget, we need to creative how we can engage with our stakeholders effectively. That's very important. So our concern is bridging.
Yes.
I have to move this. Okay. So how we can do this? How we can engage with our stakeholders? So we need to bridge the disconnect. Why important stakeholders engagement in CSR? For this presentation, I list down three key important elements for stakeholders engagement. One, in engagement, we can fostering engagement with innovative CSR types. We can create the collaborative engage with our stakeholders when we use interactive platform. And then secondly, we can amplifying voices. We can use like a very loud voice and tell our stakeholders, share with them their perspective, their idea, their experience by using technology. And we also can collaborate and engage with them with like bridging the gap between businesses and communities in CSR. Okay, emerging technology transforming CSR initiatives. So when we talk about technology continue to advance immersive technologies such as virtual reality and augmented reality have emerged as a powerful tool for enhancing stakeholders' engagement in CSR. So this technology offers unique opportunity to raise awareness about social and environmental issues, foster empathy, encourage active participation, and provide innovative training and education experiences. So when we talk about technology, it also aligns with growing expectation of stakeholders, especially for young generation, Gen Z or Gen Y. So it's easy for us to engage with our targeted generations, especially for Gen Z and millennials. And based on previous research, this generation are really concerned about the social issue and environmental issue. You want to ask something? No, okay. Continue. So company also can demonstrate their commitment to innovation and social responsibility by attracting and retaining a good talent and building loyalty among our stakeholders. That's very important. How we use technology to engage with our stakeholders. So we talk about technology, immersive technology. These are the example of technology, for example, like virtual reality, augmented reality, gamification, and data analytics. These immersive I think I have to mute.
I'm sorry, doctor. So For the audience, please kindly mute your microphones. Thank you.
Okay. So these are the example of permissive platform that you can use and embedded in your CSR and sponsorship program. For example, VR, augmented reality, gamification, and data analytics. So this platform can foster better engagement with our stakeholders. So they are more interested, more like with our CSR program or projects. So it's very important for them, especially like I said, with young generation. So this is the future. We talk about embracing technology for CSR. So based on the literature, I identify 4 factors. One is seamless integration. We use CSR technology, we can embed it in our business and align with our core value. And second, you can personalize the experience by using immersive technology like VR or AR. We can personalize to specific stakeholders, and we can measure the impacts of our activity and program. And also, we can more to collaborate with other community, for example, like NGO, businesses, community. So we can work together by using this immersive technology. That's, I think, this bright thing about the immersive technology. Okay. Then what are the issues that experienced or encountered by firm or company? First, when you ask them why they don't migrate it into immersive technology, they will reply expensive. Because in order for you to invest to create the VR and augmented reality that like gamification, sometimes it's quite expensive. You require a lot of financial and resources. That means someone can create the platform. Yeah. So it's incurred cost. And another issue is how you can ensure the immersive technology that you offer inclusive, accessible to your stakeholders. Some of them not accessible to, for example, like community, or not inclusive. For example, like for a special needs community, sometimes it's not suitable for them. And another concern is about data security and data privacy and security. That's the main concern. Even in research, they have like a bright side and dark side of technology. So these are the dark side of technology when people concerned about their privacy, whether people can, someone can steal the information, someone can steal, they can scam the use of all this like information for criminal activity, for example. So these are the challenges that I think we can, for my study, we try to figure out how we can use immersive technology in CSR and what are strategy, I think. Okay, so based on our research, So we identify, technically we have identified three factors, three strategies. But for this presentation, I only share with you two strategies. One is creating VR and AR experiences to raise awareness about social and environmental issues. And second, how we can fostering empathy and encouraging active participation in CSR initiative. Okay, for first one, creating VR and AR experience for race awareness, we found four dimension of factors. One is power of emotion, encouraging empathy and perspective taking, leveraging interactivity and gamification, and enhanced education training. So when I talk about power of emotions, is how the ability for the corporate company to create highly immersive experiences that can transport user to different environment and situation. Sometimes you can find the immersive technology, AR or VR, but then not really compatible, not really smooth, not really interested. That make the word we call it not really immersive. That make your customer feel like I'm not interested. So this is important for us to create a highly immersive experience. So it can evoke strong emotional responses and create deeper connections. And second, encouraging empathy and perspective taking. So when we talk about immersive technology, they can design, how we can design this VR and AR that can translate into empathy and encourage people to learn about like different things. For example, instead of you use social media, still photo, but then you use immersive technology to tell about, for example, like charity activity. This is an example. Like for VR, this example, how they use cloud over Sidra, they use VR technology to portray the young Syrian refugee girl living in refugee camp. Is how they can uh, evoke the uh, empathy and emotional. And third one, leveraging interactivity and gamifications. So you can use the immersive technology to leverage interactivity and gamification and engage with user more actively, especially in social and environmental issues. And the last one, we can enhance education and training by using VR and AR. So we can like help our user or customer to understand better in the complex concept, develop new skill, and apply the knowledge in related scenario. So we can use this technology to give like lesson to them. And second, okay, before we go for second, so we identify the challenges, the problem, like the issue might concern from the company. First is accessibility. There's a concern about the immersive technology, whether this VR and AR accessible to wide range of user, including, for example, like disabled people or special need people, or older generation. This example. And another concern, like I said, is ethical concern. So this is challenges for the company, how they address ethical issue related to the use of immersive technology, such as the potential of manipulation, privacy violation, for example, and exposure to the disturbing content. And the third one, evolution and impact. That's very important. How we can evaluate our immersive technology activity. That's very important because everything that we spend, we invest, we need to have return on objective. How we can identify this? We have to measure. We need to have metrics that can measure the effectiveness of the program. And the last one is sustainability. So when we talk about sustainability, it's like how we consider environmental footprint of using VR and AR technology and working to develop more sustainable practices for their design, production, and use of this immersive technology. Okay, the second one is how we, this is another strategy, second strategy, fostering empathy and encouraging active participation in CSR, because this is very important for us. We need to use this immersive technology to transfer the role of the empathy in CSR and encourage our stakeholders to actively participate in our program or event. So when we talk about empathy, it's like the ability to understand and share the feeling of others. It's very crucial, especially when NGO or charity organization, they try to make an appeal or donation appeal. So they need to use this kind of skill. They need to come up with the VR and AR that can provide the empathy so that the audience, community, stakeholders can provide donation. And another thing is how we can encourage active participation. That's, I think, very important. Whether we talk about active participation in CSR, it could be monetary or income. When we talk about monetary, that someone or company provide financial, but in kind, it could be their volunteer to any CSR program, project, or the company. They provide their employees to join this, like a CSR activity. For example, like we have like we call it flogging, where we collect all the rubbish, this kind of thing. So that's very important for us to ensure that when we organize CSR in a program, in an event, we need to get empathy as well as our community, our stakeholders actively participate in our program and projects. Okay, what the issue challenges about this? So we identify 4 challenges. One is authenticity. When we talk about authenticity, that is how we can ensure the CSR effort are perceived as genuine and aligned with our organizational value, mission, and vision. So in branding, we call it a brand identity. How we can align our CSR initiative, CSR activity, align with our brand identity, mission, and vision, the core value of our brand. The second is inclusivity. How we need to ensure that our CSR initiative are inclusive with a range of participants in terms of age group, in terms of the ability, like the special need, the disability, in terms of cultural background. So we have this diverse ethnic background, for example, in terms of social economics level. This is very important for us. And the third one is impact measurement. We need to develop robust method for measuring and communicating the impact of CSR. That's very important because when you propose something to organization, they need return on investment after they done with the CSR activity, with MCF technology. They need to know the return, whether return on investment (ROI) or return on objective (ROO). That's very important. And the last one is long-term commitment. This is very important because sometimes it can cause like a burnout of tactics among CSR organizers, because how can we keep doing the same thing for the long run? This is another challenge. Okay. In conclusion, so when we talk about CSR initiative with the technology innovations, so the integration of immersive technology like augmented reality, virtual reality, gamification, or data analytics, they have significant potential to drive a positive change. For example, like it can raise awareness, spread awareness. For example, with this technology, people are aware about the charity organization, the CSR initiative by a company. They can develop empathy among stakeholders, and they can also create active participation among stakeholders. And for transition, based on our current research, we still collecting the data and this, but we found that these are the suggestions that we can provide for other researcher or community or CSR agency, for example. We need to collaborate with different type of stakeholders. How we can ensure that our immersive technology, VR or XAR, can more inclusive, more accurate, and reflects the needs of our stakeholders. That's very important. And we need to focus on the accessibility of our immersive technology platform. That is very important. Sometimes, especially for older generation, how can they access with this technology? Or for special need community, how can they enjoy with this VR and AR, for example? And we need to provide like support and accommodation to ensure everyone. When we talk about CSR, we talk about sponsorship, corporate philanthropy, cost-related marketing. These are the activity that can help to improve and help to or give like good social impact, positive impact to our community and stakeholders. But we need to be more inclusive rather than exclusive. Okay. Next. Okay. Yes, that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Sharifuddin, for your enlightening presentation. We do appreciate the comprehensive insights you have shared with us just now. Okay, we will soon hear from Dr. Desi Dwi Priyanti. However, I will also briefly introduce her to you first. Dr. Desi Dwi Priyanti is a senior lecturer at the Department of Communication Science, Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Brawijaya. Dr. Desi graduated from undergraduate program of Communication Science at Universitas Diponegoro, Indonesia. She then continued her study to the Master Program of International Communication at the Hague University, the Netherlands. Dr. Desi obtained her PhD degree from the Utrecht University, the Netherlands, with focus on media and gender studies. She is also a chief of Center for Culture and Frontier Studies, Universitas Brawijaya. Dr. Desi is a post-colonial thinker from the Global South who concerns on decoloniality in her research. Her scientific articles appeared in some prestigious journals, such as Coggan Social Sciences, Open Cultural Studies, Journal of Intercultural Studies, and Inter-Asia Cultural Studies, among others. Today, Dr. Desi will expand on navigating social change, decolonial research, and advocacy from the Global South. To Dr. Desi, the floor is yours. Bu Desi, you are still muted.
Thank you. I
Thank you.
cannot unmute myself probably because the previous situation. Hang on, Bunisa.
Yeah, Bu Desi.
Yes, I have to open my slide. I think I mistakenly opened the wrong slide. Give me a minute.
Okay, thank you. We will wait for you.
Okay. It's good now. Okay, this is how I share my screen. Okay. Is it visible already in the screen?
Yes, it is, Bu Desi.
Okay. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Bunisa. Thank you for the opportunity to share some of my thoughts related with the theme of Brawijaya Communication International Conference. So this is where I'm going to share with all of the audience is much more a reflection when the conference committee give me the theme, the general theme of the conference. Then I was a bit of contemplating with myself, what should I say that it will somehow reflect the overall trajectory of my academic research, as well as somehow empowering the audience, at least the one who joined the Brawijaya Communication International Conference, especially when I see the list of other good speakers, like the previous one before me. Okay, so this is all of the trajectory that I conducted during my academia in Universitas Brawijaya. So just like Bunisha mentioned before, so my focus more on the decolonial study. So everything that I do, at least until this moment, is much more on the post-colonial perspective. So with that in regard, I would like to introduce myself by reading this short passage that hopefully will help you to understand my standpoint or my position as an academia. So let's start with read it, yeah? Working in academia for almost 20 years, I have learned that we have the privilege of producing or reproducing knowledge. We have the upper hand in shaping what constitutes information, a position that comes from conducting research. I began to view research not only as part of being an academia, but also as a personal effort to address the annoying experiences I encounter as part of society. So during the talk, hopefully I have the chance to explain what I meant by these annoying experiences. So this process has changed me, make me grow. It has shifted how I see the world, and in a way has empowered me, which also my hope and for all of the audience, at least after reading or after listening to my talk, to remind us what did we do or what should we do as an academia. So this is the picture. This is the cover of my book that I published during my PhD trajectory in the Netherlands. So I use this picture to show that this is part of my personal journey, that my academic journey also my personal journey in a way that it has empowered me. So the man in the picture is my father. So I intentionally choose him. So this book itself is about tracing a post-colonial legacy of a Dutch colonialism in Indonesia, and I see the way how gender relations give unjusted knowledge on how we see men and women in Indonesia. So I use my father as the cover of the book that I published. And then it's not clearly seen, but actually the background, the place or the location where I took my father is in my grandmother's house, which she still live until nowadays. So I think she's around 19 years old. So not only she is the one of the living proof probably for the colonialism period. The house, the home that my father and my grandmother lives also the exemplary of colonialism period. This is also one of the reason I choose it specifically. And then in this picture, my father, intentionally, I asked my father to hold a famous novel wrote by a Dutch writer. It is very famous in the Netherlands, but unfortunately, we never heard of it. So I decided to ask him to hold this book in order to some sort give us a twist of how we, as the colonized, take a look at the colonizer, because usually it's the other way around. As you can see, I think probably it's supposed to be seen on your screen. It can be seen on my screen. The one on the left actually is much more contemporary magazine in which we used to have Indonesia or probably in any other global South country, contemporary magazine, contemporary media that represent the Western world. So it's just like the other way around, what with my father do and then how the magazine means. So this is how I try to put my academic journey as part of how I would like to experience the social change. So this is the overall theme of my talk today. So next. So what I meant by how the power of research in social change, I would like to discuss on how we are as a researcher has a privilege and responsibility at the same time. So we have the privilege of produce knowledge or produce any information that we communicate as knowledge since we are in the academia. So we have that kind of privilege. So we hold this unique position that define that question, and by doing research also validate what is considered as knowledge. So this kind of role, I see it as a privilege, especially for the colonized people who did not used to have this privilege of deciding what knowledge is, because every knowledge that we had, unfortunately, this is also part of the colonial legacy. So we still have the residue of the colonial legacy. So which is why I would like to extend that by doing research, this is not only our privilege, but at the same time, we also applying our responsibility. We are trying to inform societal norms, policy norms that directly will build collective understanding of a specific issue that shape a society, or that might be a problem for the society that it has been overlooked. So in that understanding, this is what I'm trying to understand by what we are doing as researchers, as a privilege and a responsibility. And then I would also like to extend how what we done as researchers is also beyond academia. Probably we started research by thinking that this is one of our duty, yeah, in terms of how, for example, we have to finish the degree, we have to finish the PhD, the master, or we have to, for example, if we are in the academia already, that we have to fulfill the key performance indicator. So I think everyone understands this feeling. But at the same time, actually, what we can do instead of just doing research as part of the academia, because in my personal journey, I also conducted a research, because this is starting from the annoying questions, different kind of experience that I had in the society that makes me intrigued, that makes me want to have the answer. So I look at research as a personal tool for change. So in a way, it creates a personal transformation, that this is not only answer societal question, but also reframes how we see the world, which correlated to the next step, which empowerment through understanding. Because living in Indonesia, we have the privilege of living with different kind of cultures in terms of subcultures probably, but also could be main cultures in the society. We have different backgrounds, different religions, also different belief that makes us one big nation. But then at the same time, this kind of situation also somehow influence the way we see the world. So by doing this research, by answering a specific issue in the society, at the same time, it also equips us with a new understanding of how the world works. So we could be more understanding in seeing differences, because different society, different religion, different tribes might have different understanding, might have different belief in how the work works. And also in our discipline, communication science, we have the understanding that the media have the ability to build their own discourse. So why don't we as an academia also build our own discourse? At least the kind of discourse that will help us to shift the perspective, to look at reality in a different way, to see or to offer an alternative reality that we overlooked, or the society overlooked, because we are drenched in a particular discourse that we think this is the absolute truth. So by its sense, it creates a sense of agency that makes us, or that makes me, or that makes society evolve and feel empowered, because again, we have the understanding. So we have the ability to decide, to choose which reality that we think is much powerful or empowered for us. So research, creating the empowerment through understanding. So this step will bring us to the last one, that it will also bridging knowledge into action. So by doing research at the same time, we are already taking it into action, that we are already getting act together. So it's not only about building the discourse, but at the same time, we also live in the discourse itself. So we can creating society awareness, a sense of connectedness, that the broader issue also connected to our personal experience as a researcher. So in this kind of sense, I offer how research also has its power in creating social change. So when I say how research has its power to creating social change, at the same time, we are talking about advocacy. So we talk about advocacy most of the time because we see there are voices that has been unheard, or in the word of Katie Spivak, if I can use it, the subaltern. Yeah? So when we are doing advocacy, when we are using research of part of advocacy, we are putting our research question not merely about gathering the facts, but also at the same time, it is about seeking the truth, or that are much more meaningful and transformative for the society. So we are trying to look at how society works, and then how this kind of procedure or how this kind of reality somehow could influence the way people live, the way people solve the problems, the way we understand about identity, for example. Because in working with a colonial background, most of the time, I have to always contemplate or reflect to my own understanding. Why I have to understand this reality like this, for example. What makes me understand reality like this? So this kind of question makes me started to build my research question. So for example, from the research that I used my father as the cover of the book itself, actually it started from a small experience that I kept having continuously during my whole life. Probably also if everyone with Eastern background, when we started to ask about skin color, for example, how skin color completely change how people experience the surrounding. When you felt that your skin color are less beautiful than other skin color, for example. So this kind of easy questions, but it's so hard experience kept happening that makes me wondering when, for example, we lived with people who came from different culture, different background, who looks like they are colorblind. Because, for example, in Indonesia or living in the Eastern or in the global South, we always very conscious about our appearance, for example, what kind of skin colors that we have. But then when we move to live not in the global South or not in the colonial country, then we don't have that kind of experience. So we almost think that people are colorblind because they don't look the color of your skin. So this kind of situation makes me started to wonder how this can happen. So why this kind of reality, or why I used to stick to this kind of reality. So from this small experience, I started to build different kind of research question that question how the structure in the society works, especially working in the social science. I do believe that every social structure has its own power dynamics, and we just have to find out which power dynamics that will equip us with the empowerment, and which power dynamics will left us blinded, for example. So those kind of research question. And then sometimes when we are conducting research, sometimes we are too focused of fulfilling a good academia demand in terms of what believe as a good methodological approach, but we somehow forgot that the most important part of doing a research is how we are able to provide the best answer or the valid answer or a good answer. By good, it means we already fulfilling all the necessary needed to have a good data. So this kind of situation, when we are too focused on creating a specific methodology, but somehow we overlook what is the research question, somehow as an academia, we end up with just following procedure or formality without necessarily practical. So working in social science is a good thing. We don't have to live in a cube, just like, for example, any other natural sciences have, in which they have to follow a rigid procedure in order to come up with a good formula, because they are trying to find a law that govern the world. But that is not the case with the social science. A good thing with the social science, we have the freedom to evolve or to be innovative in terms of creating our research question, but at the same time, we also have to be creative in creating our methodological approach. So in terms of social sciences, there are this term, follow the data. So by follow the data, it means we have the freedom to focus on the question and formulate data collection techniques that we believe best to answer it. By we believe, of course, we have to follow academic procedure. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to do whatever you like, but you still have to follow the procedures. But what I'm trying to say that we can try to be innovative or be innovative. You don't have to necessarily working on specific method that is famously known that everybody use it. You can just create your own. You can just build or tailor your methodological approach because you think, or from your academic trajectory, you believe that this kind of approach will be able to best answer your research question. So this is different kind of methodological approach that I use during my different kind of research. I've done Foucauldian discourse analysis. I use this specific Foucauldian discourse analysis without necessarily claiming that this is a specific step that we have to follow when doing this. I'm not doing that, but in my case, I look at different literature, talk about Foucauldian discourse analysis, and then what Foucault actually talk about it, and then tailored the methodological analysis based on the research question itself. I also encounter what the academia called as a data walk. So the way we collect the data based on our experience, based on our observation when we encounter the problem itself. I also use visual techniques, not unlike the way we use visual assistant in terms of proving that we are doing a research. For example, we are doing this in-depth interview, and then we take a picture, and then this is the proof that we are doing the interview. It's not like that, but how visual assistant truly answer the research question. And then we can also, I also conducted projective interview as well as any other type of action research. This is just an example of how you can be innovative, or we as a researchers have, as a social scientist, especially have the freedom to create our own methodological approach as long as it can best answering research question. Because by doing this, we already turning our research into advocacy, because instead of just focusing on the normative or formal procedure, but at the same time, we also focus on what is the main issues here that we have to answer. That the main issues require us not to do only one single methodology, but combining different kind of methodology. So be it. So because at the end of the day, our research is intended for advocacy. So by this type of research, I prefer to call all of my research as my way to create decolonizing the knowledge, or this is the decolonial effort. So it becomes advocacy because it tells the untold story. So there are 4 steps that I would like to propose when we are doing decolonial effort. I will talk about it later on, because it looks like I'm running out of time. So, Bu Nisa, please let me know if I have 5 minutes more, probably, because it's only 23 minutes in my watch. So, turning it into action, or it is advocacy. So, like I mentioned before, we have to live the discourse. So, by doing the research, not only we are answering research question, but at the same time, we also answering our personal question. We are following our curiosity of how the world works, for example. So we can align our research not only in the academia platform, but also in every single opportunity that we have to sound our insight. It doesn't necessarily always top tier publication, for example. It doesn't have to be an academic platform, but I suggest you to also do it in different non-academic platform. You can also, in my case, during the time when I was still a student, when I still have a lot of time for myself, I like to also using my social media status to voice my insight that came up from the research. So this is also a way of doing it. So we live in the discourse itself. So can we also do it for the community? Of course, by doing different kind of community services that align with our research. Actually, we already turn our research into advocacy. So it will not only stay in the journal publication and only academia read it, but at the same time, we already apply it to the society, where we start the research question itself, where we think that this particular society are being unheard. So because it is about the untold story. But in the context of the global south, or to be specific in the context of Indonesia, because I'm an Indonesian academic, so what I'm trying to do with the decolonial effort, or the one that I mentioned before, so it is about how we try to unmask the truth that often overlooked or being marginalized by policy making, for example, or this is underreported in the societal issue, for example. This is the example when I felt annoyed when I forgot probably the last couple of years, there are a lot of social media status that mention the fatherless state in Indonesia. So quite different with what I encounter in my daily life. So I'm a bit confused with what the status, or what the, well, there are a lot of news claiming that they have the research about the fatherless state, but without necessarily mention how they conducted a research, or how, or what kind of the research question, how they collecting the data. So it's not really clear about it. And it makes me started a research related with the fatherhood in Indonesia. And then it ends up quite different with what the media says about the fatherless state in Indonesia. Instead of being fatherless, father in Indonesia are much more dedicated compared to the other Western world father, because it's just different social structure, it's just different way of how people or men in particular sees what a family is. So it's just a different. It's just an example of how we started with the unmasked. And then the next step, interrogate. So we explain how, or we question, yeah. So we question that how status quo or how the taken for granted knowledge is being something that is settled and we never questioned before. So we interrogate, we put critical looks, critical perspective, or how specific issues are framed, or whose voices are being amplified and whose voices are being silenced. Then we will start to look at the untold story, the overlooked reality that happen a lot in the society. And then the next step, we deconstruct. So our research can also deconstruct narrative that trying to see how language works, how communication works in terms of putting specific information as knowledge. So this is also how communication work in the construct step in the decolonial hack. And then the last one, resist. So by resist, it doesn't necessarily that we have to be in opposition or we have to put it in terms of a strong movement, but resist in my research is much more putting our research into action. So after we did the first 3 steps, after we understand how it works, after we unmask, after we question who being silenced, for example, after we deconstruct, after we are trying to find the latent meaning of particular information of how communication works, for example, and then we create the action itself. So we create a strategy, we create an activity that the intention is to give the resistance or to resist the dominant narrative that has already settled in the society. So by doing so, we are not only creating personal transformation, but at the same time, hopefully, we also creating the social change. So at exactly 30 minutes. Thank you very much. Bu Nisa, I give the floor to you again. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Bu Desi, for a very insightful presentation. Okay, thank you to each of our speakers for your valuable presentations. At this time, we will proceed with our question and answer session. So to all attendees, if you have questions, please feel free to continue submitting them on the chat function. However, also I will direct this to our speakers accordingly. Kindly remember to state your name and affiliation with your question for reference. Okay, I have seen some participants who raised their hands. The first one that I see here is Dimas Dwi Wicaksono. So to Dimas Dwi, would you please state your question? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lisa, for the opportunity. Okay, I have a question related to the colonial hack about the unmask, interrogate, deconstruct, and resist. Is this applied in the same case as about a conflict in Palestinian and Israel, where Israel always puts the narrative about Palestinian is a terrorist state? Is that like that? Do you mean the dominant narrative of the Western world?
Okay, thank you, Dimas. We have understood your question. So for Bu Desi, Are you ready to answer the question, Bu Desi?
Okay, thank you, Bunisa. So I will answer it directly. So terima kasih, Dimas, for the question. Yes, well, actually, it can apply to any reality that we encounter that somehow it annoys us. Yeah, because in my experience, it is always started with personal experience. Because then, when you start your research question, especially being social scientist, then you have the liberty of owning your research question. So when it got answered, it's not only solving the research question itself, but also at the same time, you will feel relief. Yeah, so it can be applied to anything. Can we apply it for the Palestinian narrative, for the Israeli narrative related to how they frame Palestinian? Of course, if it is the thing that annoy you so much and makes you wants to answer how this happened, it will eventually will help you to see how we can resist this kind of narrative, for example, because when we are just, for example, talking and talking just like politician, for example, then we don't have so it's completely different with an academia. So when we build the discourse, when we believe in something, it's supposed to be supported by the data. It's supposed to be supported by how the reality truly works as the way you mention it. So it's not enough just putting some words on it. That's how I see it, Dimas. Hopefully it's answering your question.
All right, thank you, Bu Desi, for the answer.
Sama-sama.
Thank you very much, Bu Desi. Thank you, Dimas. So is there any more question from the audience?
Kita kasih tanya pertanyaan Mas.
To audience, you can also direct your question toward Dr. Muhammad Nur Syarifuddin.
Hello, Ibu Nisa. I just want to say hello to
Yeah.
Pak Nur and Ibu Desi. Thank you so much for joining the conference. I really appreciate your busy time and sharing your insights to our students and to our participants. Enjoy the day, Ibu Desi and Pak Nur. See you soon.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Bu Pia. So is there any more question? Oh yeah, one question from Bunia Aston to Dr. Nur. I will help Dr. Nur to read the question. Dr. Nur, would you please inform us further related to the examples or empirical practices in Southeast Asia countries regarding how companies use the technologies to optimize their CSR programs? So, Dr. Nur, would you please to answer this question?
Okay, thank you for the question. I tried to answer because I'm currently heading to another meeting. So technically, you can use like the most technology included in your CSR activity or initiative. Yeah, I give an example like previously we can use like a traditional method of social media to promote our CSR program. But by using digital technology, we use augmented reality, we use virtual reality and gamification in our CSR program and initiative. That makes it more interesting for our stakeholders or our customers, for example. So yeah, I think this is like how company position their brand. Because if you look at the competitors, they might not use this kind of like strategy or activity like emission technology, but you need to be a trendsetter, create and position your brand against your competitors. That is my point.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nur. Has it answered your question, Bu Nia Aston? Okay, I think the answer is accepted by Bu Nia. Is there any more question to the two board speakers for today's session?
All information is well received, Bu Nia. Bu Nisa.
Yes, Ibu.
I think Pak Nur also agree with me.
Yeah, Bu Desi, may I ask you a question? Perhaps while waiting for other participants to ask something, I'm curious about one thing that, recently comes up in my mind. I have, several months ago, I have read a book from Ward Berenschot, an anthropologist from the Netherlands also. He and his colleagues wrote a book that is in Bahasa Indonesia. It is titled Kehampaan Hak or Rightless Resistance. The book tells us about how, in the context of environmental conflicts, especially ones which happen in Indonesia regarding palm oil companies, civil societies are almost rightless in which they cannot really express their voices. They are really limited in terms of trying to voice something or to confront the companies. I'm curious about in this recent condition in Indonesia, we are kind of facing the kind of discourse wars. In my own term, perhaps it's not really correct, but I mean, each actors can produce their own discourses, and we know that several actors like companies are really strong, in which they can win the war of discourse because they can advertise, they can promote their opinions much better or much in kind of more interesting ways compared to us as academia or compared to other part of civil society. So that's my question, Bu Desi. Thank you so much.
Hang on, Bu Nisa, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
So the question is,
So
which part of the question mark?
Yeah, perhaps I just state that implicitly. So I'm trying to explicitly state the question. So my question is, how can we kind of trying to win that competition or discourse of war, because companies have that kind of abundance of resource in terms of mempengaruhi or influencing society or other part of these countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Nisa, for the questions. Yeah, it's really interesting question because I also dealt with the same problem. Yeah, so the thing is, most of the time when we work, because I mentioned before that how research can also be a social change, but to be truth also, that when we are doing a research, we need infrastructure. And sometimes the infrastructures are not available for us, not because we as an academia not capable, but more in terms what we are doing is not sexy enough for the one who has the funding. And this is what happened with social science. Social science that are not, how to put it, that not a lot of people see it as something that probably related with the green economy, blue economy. Yeah. So when we are trying, so we have to be creative in terms of building the advocacy itself. Sometimes when we build our research, it doesn't necessarily we have to use the exact word that we think this is correct, but we should see the infrastructure or the one who has the funding. We can play our strategy into it. So with having the funding, with having the infrastructure, then we have the chance to compete with the other entity who are much more powerful because they have all of the power in terms of financial capital. So then, because that's happens everywhere with the social scientists. But then again, when we work with participatory action research, even though we are not necessarily impactful for the one who own the money, for example, the one who make the policy, but we can also start it our movement with from the grassroots, because then that's how we can start it our the social change toward that we intended to do, because the discourse will be the society will have the ability to resist if they knew that this particular discourse is not the only absolute discourse that they have to believe. So they can have different alternative. So that's how we have our chance to play into the discourse. But if we only targeted this policy making, for example, then it's another story, because we know, especially with palm oil, there are a lot of consideration that, yeah, we know that it involves a lot of interest, a lot of people on it. So I think that's how I try to answer it, in how I situated myself in my research itself.
Yeah. Thank you, Bu Desi. Thank you for the insightful answers. So let's continue to receive the more questions. So the first one for Dr. Nur from Lalu Muhammad Rifki Nugraha. So let me help you to state the question. I want to ask you about what are the latest digital marketing communication trends that companies can leverage. This includes technology like AI, augmented reality, and the use of platforms such as TikTok and podcasts to reach wider audiences. So, Dr. Nur, are you ready to answer the question?
Okay, thank you for the question. I think you already give the answer because that's the latest thing that you can use. For example, TikTok. But if you go if you like to be a translator, nowadays you could need to use like AI. Nowadays, if you look at the marketing trend, marketing 5.0, like human technology more to human. The more and more robots look like humans, and all the features of the robot like the human, how you can use and embed it in your marketing strategy that can compete with your competitors. Again, AI, you can use AI and then virtual reality, augmented reality, and also you can use like a deepfake. This is another thing that you can use. But again, when you talk about technology, they have a bright side. Technology can use to help you to boost your sales, marketing, for example. And you also have a dark side of technology. Technology can harm you and also your brand. Kind of. If you like to use technology, you need to consider both the bright side and the dark side. So again, when we talk about the current trend, yes, what you have the technology, but you need to think how can you use technology effectively and reach your target audience. This kind of thing. More about content, how you develop good content, good virtual reality, good AR, good gamification platform that can engage with your target stakeholders. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Nur. So to Lalu Muhammad Rizky, has it answered your question?
Yes. Okay, thank you, Master Nur, about answer the question. Very insightful for my.
Yeah, thank you. So we are continuing to the second question also to Dr. Nur. It comes from Hanum Aisyah Rani. Hello, Dr. Nur. In the world of marketing, particularly digital marketing, is the use of the TikTok platform significantly more powerful compared to e-commerce platforms? Recently, we recall that TikTok faced regulatory challenges which temporarily restricted its ability to conduct sales. Okay, so that's the question.
Okay, so that's been the restriction from the regulator or the government. Yeah, I think this was like a challenges for us and also the government, because the government needs some money. Yeah, if you go for like direct for like an online platform, sometimes you try to avoid the paying tax. This is how regulator, how the government try to impose tax by restriction of the like online platform like streaming. Again, I'm not sure about Indonesia's situation, but some countries out there they impose tax online or digital tax or online tax. How the government tries to generate income, because if they let the public doing like a direct from the internet from abroad, from they can cause a lot of like a problem them, especially on tax or income from the government. I think that's the reality that we face. When the platform will become main platform for public to use their business, to do their business, and then government will look at whether they get something from that transaction. If not, they have to stop or they have to restrict some of business. So again, it depends on certain government. Yeah, obviously, nowadays people mainly use like live online, like TikTok or platform that can do your product or okay.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Nur. So let's move to one more question. It is a question from Mirel Imelda Sasela. Dr. Nur, the material you presented was very insightful and aligns closely with my upcoming thesis research, particularly regarding the importance of creativity and the use of VR and AR in CSR programs. Based on this, I would like to ask you about, does this immersive technology approach have the potential to build a deeper and more lasting perception among CSR target audiences, or does it tend to create only a temporary impression? Thank you, Dr. Nur.
Okay, thank you for the question. Yes, this is the future direction. I think it's quite similar when we use traditional platform like TV, radio. That's just a platform. But again, how you make the thing interesting. Simply with social media, you can post anything, but how you need to ensure your posting attract more views to get FIP, for example. And TikTok, social media, TV, just a platform, but again, you need to be creative, come up with the creative, like I said, more inclusive, accessible to different type of audience, then can sustain using the information platform. And you need to be like a translator to start using inclusive technology and compete with your competition. Thank you. You okay?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Nur. So thank you very much. I think we are coming to the end of the session. Before that, I would like to state some points of conclusion for today's session. So for the presentation of Dr. Nur, we have received some points, just like the first one is the definition of CSR. And then the second one, the CSR is increasingly important in business. However, COVID-19 pandemic has influenced companies' performance, including the massive downsizing operational budget. Around 10 billions of USD of sponsorship fee were affected due to pandemic. So Dr. Nur stated to us about how to engage with stakeholders. He stated 3 ways to engage with stakeholders in which we can foster engagement, amplifying voices, driving collaborations, and we also can optimize our ability to use VR, AR, gamifications, and data analysis. Developing VR, AR experiences requires significant investment in hardware, software, and content creations. Companies must make sure that experiences they create are accessible, inclusive, and respectful. For the second presenter, we can conclude some points that research is something prestigious, or research can act as a privilege and as a responsibility, especially to us as academia. Research also a personal tool for change, and research can bridge knowledge and actions. So, and then Bu Desi also told us that research is also about seeking truth that is meaningful and transformative. Bu Desi coined 4 terms in which we can deconstruct some kind of knowledge that has existed in society. She stated 4 strategies, which are unmask, interrogate, deconstruct, and resist. And then we also heard from Bu Desi that we should leave the discourse, in which one of the strategies of leaving the discourse is to align research and community services. So those are the points that I can conclude from our both speakers. Thank you to each of our speakers for your valuable presentations. At this time, we are moving to the end of the session. Thank you so much. I would like to say it again to our esteemed speakers for their contributions, and to our audience for your active engagement and thoughtful questions. We hope that today's question has provided you with new perspectives and valuable insights. Thank you once again for your time and participation. We look forward to seeing you at tomorrow's session and wish you continued success in your future endeavors. Enjoy the rest of the conference, and thank you for joining us today. I hand the session back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the speakers and also Mrs. Nisa. What an insightful discussion for the session. Let's give the speakers and Mrs. Nisa a round of applause.
Bapak Ibu peserta Brawijaya Communication International Conference, telah kita ikuti bersama seluruh rangkaian acara di hari pertama ini. Esok kita akan berjumpa di Zoom ini kembali untuk mengikuti kegiatan sesuai rundown acara yang telah dibagikan oleh panitia. Terima kasih atas kehadirannya dan mohon maaf apabila ada hal-hal yang kurang berkenan. Saya Sasa Maulidina dan rekan saya Aleida Maharani beserta segenap tim yang bertugas pamit undur diri.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, participants of the Brawijaya Communication International Conference, we have now concluded all sessions scheduled for today. Tomorrow, we'll look forward to welcoming you back on this Zoom platform to continue with the program as scheduled. Thank you for your participation, and we apologize for any inconveniences that may have occurred. On behalf of the organizing team, I am Aleida Maharani, alongside with my colleague Sasa Maulidina, bid you farewell.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pendidikan bukan proses tanpa arti, tapi jalan panjang penuh dedikasi. Langkah demi langkah, asa demi asa, meneguhkan hati perlahan mencapai cahaya, menerangi harapan demi Indonesia. Begitu banyak tragedi di penjuru negeri ini hanya karena salah dalam memahami. Dan komunikasi adalah kunci demi cahaya harmoni. Magister Ilmu Komunikasi Brawijaya menciptakan generasi emas, generasi profesional menghadapi era global tanpa melupakan nilai lokal.